It's 4:01, calling the library building committee meeting to order. It's April.
Sure.
I know. Okay, what's my phone? Library building committee at 19 Road. Note this meeting may be televised, streamed, or recorded by Bourne TV. If anyone in the audience is recording or videotaping, they need to acknowledge such at this time or enterprise. Please refrain from using flash photography. If anyone from the public wishes to join the meeting, they can do so via Zoom. The meeting ID is 730-171-0563. And the password is Library BC, capital L in library, capital B, capital C. Call to order. Okay, we're ready to interview the final candidates for our library building OPM. Thank you very much. If you can introduce yourself, start.
Absolutely. I think we just want to pull up the presentation. For first thing to do is introductions here.
And for my benefit, if you can just speak up.
Yep, absolutely. I can talk loud. I think it's
The hearing aids are on order.
no worries. So we're Accenture.
If I can
Yes.
interject for a minute. So 30 minutes, we'll have the same spiel before everybody. So we'll give you 30 minutes for your presentation.
Yep.
And then a 15-minute Q&A. And then we'll signal when you have like 5 minutes
Okay.
left, because we'd like to keep to a really tight schedule.
Understood.
Thank you,
Understood.
appreciate it.
Respect that. Okay. We are Accenture and I am Jen Weiss-Donovan. I brought my team here today to talk with you and we thank you for having us. Thank you very much. I am a project director at Accenture and I'm the municipal projects lead. So I get to see a lot of really cool municipal projects that are going on and have a hand in everything. I am an architect by trade. I have my construction supervisor's license, MCPPO lead. So I kind of have a well-rounded view of everything that's going on. And prior to becoming an OPM, I've been with this company for about 12 years. Prior to that, I worked at a couple of different architecture firms. And the last one that I worked at, I spent about 7 years doing architecture, but another 7 years doing contracts and risk management and that type of thing. So prior to that, I grew up in an electrical construction family. So I spent my formative years doing electrical work. So I kind of have this view of, what everybody's position is on a project. So without continuing on myself, I'd like to pass it on to Tim and Jake to talk about.
Hi, Tim Arnold. I would be the project manager, kind of day-to-day contact throughout the course of the project. I have about 4 years here at Answer, now Accenture. I have worked on a variety of projects, affordable housing, municipal work, maintenance, but vast majority of my work has been Chapter 149, 149A municipal work. Most recently been working with some library projects. We're also working down in Bourne, which is Bourne Recreation Authority, doing some work for Gallo Rink as well as across the canal.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jake Nosnetsky. I'm an assistant project manager, so I'll be supporting Tim and supporting the team on items like budget and schedule. I have about 3 years of total experience, about a year with Accenture. Before that, I had worked at different architecture firms in Boston. My background is in architecture and business analytics. And I worked on a variety of different projects, whether it be K through 12, institutional, or commercial, and then also some library projects, especially with Accenture. I'm also working with Tim on the Canton Library and also down the road at the Gallo Ice Rink with Bourne Recreation Authority.
A little bit about Accenture really quick and then we'll get right into your questions. So Accenture when I started 12 years ago as an OPM with this group, it was called Pink & Company. It was started by a woman she was the first woman that had an ABC construction license in Boston. And she started an OPM firm. And we don't have like an architecture division and an engineering division. We are solidly just OPMs. But we have all these backgrounds, like I was explaining, architecture and some folks that came from construction directly, construction companies. So we have this whole knowledge base in case anybody is ever asking a question about something. More than not, you see like an email go out to the group. Hey, has anybody ever done XYZ? Can you give me some information on this? We do. So Pink & Company then became Answer. Jennifer Pink was retiring and sold the company, and we became Answer. And a few years after that, we were purchased by Accenture. So even though Accenture is a very large technology company, they wanted to start branching out into capital projects type work. So they started buying a few firms like ours, OPM firms. There's a firm that does a part of the Accenture firm that does like aviation. There's wastewater. But we in Boston are a small group. We, like half of us at least, are the same people that have been together since I've been there. So it's a small little group. There's about 35 of us, and we focus on capital projects. So it's infrastructure and capital projects. INCP is our division. But that said, we have the resources of Accenture's technology, and we have all the other companies that are part of Accenture to use as resources as needed. We in Boston basically do municipal projects and schools. We work at community colleges. Most of what we do is public chapter 149, 149A, that type of thing. So we're extremely well versed. Most everyone is MCPPO, so we're very well aware of all the rules and regulations. Am I forgetting anything about the office? Okay, we'll jump into your questions here. First thing you were asking about really was about public outreach and committees and communication. And our approach is basically just being open and honest on day one. And what I mean by that is when you're trying to explain a project to the municipality, the folks in the community, in this case, a library or community center. I'm working on a community center project as well. It's basically explaining to everybody, this is what we see as the cost. Here's our facts that we're backing it up with. This is what we're talking about doing for program. This is what everyone is deciding needs to happen in your community. And I know that there was a survey that was there. I was actually kind of looking at the surveys that you guys have had input on, and we actually were working on very similar in Yarmouth. And they did it's a MBLC project, but getting the buy-in of everybody in the community, because it's their library, and you have to hear what everybody says. Sometimes some things make more sense than others, but it's hearing and it's not just hearing, it's understanding what people are saying and what they want. And how can we make this happen, and what is wanted versus needed? One of the ways to reach people is to kind of meet them where they are. One of the conversations that we've had in other communities is like with a library. Most of your patrons are folks that are bringing their small children, or the teens that are there, or there's seniors coming in. And particularly with that age group of parents that you're trying to reach, you may have to go out to the sports field or the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts and schools, things like that, to make sure everybody understands the information that's being put out there and what do you want out of your library. So the other real quick thing, and then I'll turn it over to Tim, is defining the roles early on. There's a lot of people that are going to be involved. There's trustees, there's staff, there's building committee, town representatives, and it's understanding what everybody's role is and who the decision makers are. We run into this all the time in terms of everybody has ideas and everybody has things that they want to do, but who's making the ultimate decision? We're happy to work with whomever, and we can work we can have as heavy a hand or as light a hand as the community wants. There's some clients that we have that are like, here, you take care of everything. And there's some that are just, hey, support us. This is what we want to do. Can you help us, achieve that goal? So, go ahead, Tim. I'm not sure what else. I said an awful lot.
So yeah, what I think Jen's really getting at, right, is that communication is critical, right? In any project that comes out, communication is the biggest thing. It's the biggest. The lack of communication is what makes a project crumble. So our job is to be that communicator, bridge the gap between everybody, and come in and make sure that everybody is part of the conversation. So in terms of meeting with the library committee here, the typical way we would meet is, again, attending your library committee meetings, going to select board meetings, other town finance meetings, whatever, relevant to the project at a given time. But with that said, our phones are always on. We are always reachable. Just because we don't have a meeting scheduled doesn't mean we're not going to talk to you. And so as kind of Jen was bringing up is we like to get everybody out. Everybody weigh in, everybody weigh in early, especially when you're talking about, these engineering department, the Concom. Everybody get them involved very early in the design process. So if they have their comments, they can get incorporated, and that way we're tying it up and we're not delaying the project by any means. And through that process of getting everybody at the table, we start to generate what we refer to as needs and wants, right? I'm sure like this project's kind of already been out there in the public for a little bit. I'm sure you guys have already been getting solicited information on what should be in there, how it should look, everything in there. Creating this list gets everything out on the table and really starts to drill down on what needs to be in this library to make it operate, day-to-day operations to actually function as a library, and what are some of the nice to have. If the money is there for it, we can go after it, we can do it. But going through this process allows, again, everything to be on the table for everybody to discuss it. And so then if something doesn't make it into the project, everybody knows why. Somebody asks you, why isn't this in there? There's a clear rationale. We thought about it, didn't make sense, couldn't make it work. And so again, it helps to answer a lot of questions down the road. So getting into libraries, I'm sure one of the questions that everybody is getting asked is what's going to happen to the library during construction. Right? You guys building going to stay open? You guys going to be moving? And what's going on? From everything that we've gathered about this project, it sounds like the library is going to be temporarily relocating somewhere else. So with that, obviously comes a number of challenges. First and foremost, where are you going to go? Finding a building that can support library operations for a pretty extended period of time. Are there any town-owned buildings that aren't being used? We're going to have to rent something for the duration of the project. And on top of that, libraries have a lot of unique qualities to them. A lot of buildings are not structurally built to support libraries. With the amount of weight that comes with the stacks that go in there, not every building can be turned into a library. So that obviously limits the pool in that regard. And then also when it comes to temperature and humidity control in the building, right? Books are very sensitive items. And so we need to make sure that temperature and humidity especially is like controlled pretty precisely. So again, so if we're going to an old building that the town has that hasn't been run in how many ever years, is the HVAC equipment up to snuff? Is that something that we're going to have to invest in to make this temporary solution viable? And again, build that into our budget so we know it's not unexpected. So once we find out where we're going, right, we want to meet with the staff to come up with a plan to make sure that this temporary spot is going to work. Right. Construction by nature is inconvenient. Everybody understands that. It's inconvenient for the staff, it's inconvenient for the patrons, it's inconvenient for the neighbors. What our job is to do is to come up with a plan to make that as least inconvenient as possible. Right? Everybody understands it's going to be inconvenient. Once we all get on that same page, we can start pulling in the same direction and make sure that we, come up with a good plan that's going to work. So I touched on some of the unique aspects of libraries that make them different from a lot of other buildings. One of the more particular reasons is the acoustics when it comes to the building, especially as libraries kind of transformed into what they are now. There's a wide variety of people that come in and use libraries, right? The senior that comes in and wants to read their book quietly, doesn't want to hear after school programs for the children making a lot of noise. This is actually what came up the Kent Library project that we're working on, doing the interior renovation. That was the main driver of why they wanted to. So what we are utilizing in that project is series of acoustical panels and acoustically rated partitions to kind of segregate these areas. So where we know there's going to be a little bit more noise, try and isolate them so it's not spreading out across the rest of the library. Also, again, libraries are not book popular. Right. Everybody comes here for different reasons now. And one of those is the modern era that everything is online, everything is technological. Given the economy that we're in, and again, we're pretty familiar with the Cape, it's not an unrealistic possibility that the library is the only place somebody has to come to get free high-speed internet, get to their doctor's appointments, make their meeting, everything that they need, the library should be able to offer. That's one of the beauties of public libraries, it's free access to all. And on top of that is, we've seen a huge increase, especially post-COVID, in the need for study rooms. Right? Somebody has a meeting, they need to get out of the house, they need a quiet place to go. Whether it's somebody from college coming home for break and they need to study for an exam next week, or even just somebody in high school, just need to get out of the house, need somewhere to go. And so, we're seeing a lot more than just a place to store books.
About that. So one of the questions was about demo and redevelopment of a certain site. So we know that that's one of the options, possibly the preferred option. And we've done this several times, but a couple of the notable ones to talk about more recently is, as I mentioned, Lincoln Community Center is one of the projects that I'm working on right now, where we had to, it's basically that community center is being put on like the school campus. So there's the school over here. There were some like recreation department buildings, different offices that were mid-century era. And then next to that is the DPW shop, and there's a childcare center. So pretty tight circumstances right there. The pods that they're called pods. They're little square buildings. Those were the recreation center not recreation center, but the offices. Those were coming out, and they had to be demolished first before this community center is being built in that same exact location. So obviously there's logistics issues to deal with. It was not a problem for them to relocate their offices. So that was not one of the problems. But one of the things that did come up there is you can do borings around the site into the ground when the building is still standing, but you obviously have to get underneath the building once the buildings have been, once whatever's there has been demolished. And you're not necessarily sure what you're going to find under there, specifically if it's an old building. So once the building was gone, we had to be very cognizant of making sure that we got right in there and did the borings quickly. And what do you think we're going to find? That wasn't really the problem. When we started taking the building down, even though we had done abatement for these old buildings, there were some unforeseen areas of, it was like a paper that was like within the floor. We never would have found it until we demolished the building. So found that and had to have a little pause in time to do the right thing to get the abatement done. And that caused a little bit of an issue with the schedule and the contractor, because everybody thought that was all taken care of. But we moved through that quickly, short time frame to get that done. The contractor was doing some other things at the same time, so it really didn't affect the schedule in a big way. But it was a lesson learned in, you're going to run into unforeseen conditions, most likely when you're working on a renovation project. This one just takes a little bit of extra time because you have hazard involved. The other demolition redevelopment was one of my favorite. In Medway, there were 3 parcels of property that all had houses, like functioning houses. People lived in them, but they decided to sell them. And we ended up putting up a housing development in there with 6 buildings, 92 units. But one of the houses was demolished. One was burned down as a fire department training exercise, and one was going to be moved, which ended up being demolished because the fellow didn't move it. But when you're working on a site like that, it's the demo that you have to deal with. It's the conservation commission. It's the conservation land that you have to be very mindful of. It's, again, with the borings, what are we going to find when we go into the ground underneath years of where the house is? What about old, service utilities going into the house, that type of thing. But it's just being flexible and understanding that you have to potentially build a little bit of extra time. It's not, clear cut.
And so, the next kind of bank question you guys here would change the project management. Come from the onset, we want to build a relationship with everybody that's going to be involved in the project. Obviously, first, you guys, building committee, help bring on the architect down the road, and then ultimately the contractor once construction starts. We want this relationship and right. So one of the main jobs of ours is to hold this designer and contractor accountable down the road. But with that said, we want to be able to have that reciprocal relationship with them where they feel like they can pick up the phone and call us if something goes wrong. Some of the biggest issues we see are when a designer or contractor problem goes wrong, they try and fix it in a vacuum, and by the time it gets back to us, it's snowballed into something much bigger. We knew about it from the start to be able to nip in the bud and move forward from it. So I like to say that I come from the school of Jim Donovan. When the problem comes up, let's get everybody at the table, throw all the cards down, put emotions aside, and figure out how to move forward. The finger pointing and figuring out who did what wrong when. And so none of that's to say that we're not going to hold the responsible party accountable, but when it comes to solving the problem, there's no time for it. And so with closeout is one of the next things I want to talk about. Closeout starts at the beginning of the project, right? As soon as the contractor gets on board, the initial kickoff meeting, we are laying out what we expect from them come closeout time. What warranties we need, what operation manuals we need, what trainings are going to be expected of them. So that way, when that time comes, there's no surprises, right? Everybody knows already what's going on. We want to make sure that that's clear and upfront at the beginning of the process. So that way it's, again, no surprises at the end. With commissioning, it's a similar concept. We like to recommend bringing on a commissioning agent early in the design process. If you wait until construction, there's obviously still value to it, but at that point in time, they're just going to be reacting to what's already been designed. Bringing them early in the design process, it allows them to use their expertise and make their recommendation, especially if you guys are going to be pursuing any sustainability certifications like LEED, BIAS, Net Zero. Having them early in the process really helps them.
Yeah. And then another very important aspect of this project, seeing it will be a public project, is procurement. I'm not entirely sure how much you know about the Massachusetts general laws surrounding procurement, but this basically dictates the ways in which we bring the designers and the contractors on board for this project. Massachusetts law, Chapter 7C, basically surrounds the designer. Chapter 149 is for bringing on the contractor. Chapter 149 is for the construction manager at risk, which is another option that I'll talk about a little bit later. And then 30B surrounds the gathering of supplies and materials. I think you had a point in one of your questions about owner procured items versus contractor procured, and who will install that. That would fall under Chapter 30B. And that's something that we like to work in as soon as possible. That way it avoids any confusion or issues later down the line in the project. Another sort of aspect of this is having strong relationships with the agencies who help to maneuver these different regulations and also allow for the facilitation of bidding on projects. Some of these are the Division of Capital Asset Management and Maintenance, or DCAM, SDO, or the Supplier Diversity Office. And then also we use typically bid docs online, which is a form for receiving the bids from the contractors and the subcontractors. So this sort of leads into the budget and the schedule. We obviously want to control costs as soon as possible from the very get-go. This goes back to what Tim had said previously about the needs versus wants list. We would talk to the building committee, the board of trustees, the library, and so on. Exactly what you want, and then we would build that into the budget by working in these items that you would like to have, and then the items that we absolutely have to have that need to be included. And one of the ways that we can sort of facilitate this is through alternates and unit pricing. It's an instrument that would essentially allow you to bring in more scope if you find that you have room in the budget to bring in these wants that you would like to have. One of the ways of visualizing the budget is through budget spreadsheets, which we have a system, a master budget spreadsheet, which you can see an example of down there, which we'd send over monthly through invoice packages. And these also break down the exact state of the budget, how much cost is left in your budget. And it would also include things like contingencies for parts of the project which overrun on cost, which also feeds into scheduling. Scheduling and budget sort of go hand in hand. For scheduling, we'll use Microsoft Project, which you can see an example of there, and it ties in all of the information from the contractors, from the designer, big milestones for permitting, for procurement as well, and highlights them all together in one schedule so that we can sort of see how these interact with each other, and making sure that nothing obviously takes up too much time. Another thing that the schedule does is, and we will do with the designer and the contractor, is identify long lead items, things like heating and cooling elements, electrical systems, things like switch gears for the electrical system, which typically take a little bit longer to bring in. And that way, if we identify them early, we can procure them as early as possible, and it doesn't have an impact on the schedule. One of the sort of examples from one of my projects is a performing arts center that we're working on at Bourne College. And this ties back into what I had mentioned earlier about Chapter 149A, which is bringing on a construction manager at risk, which is essentially another partner who will help us facilitate the construction of these projects. And in bringing on the construction manager at risk, which I will also mention is something that you could potentially bring on when your overall project budget is about $5 million, so it would apply to this project. In bringing them on, they had a different estimate than what the designer had. In this case of the project, we were brought on after the designer. And this estimate was higher. So we had to go through a round of value engineering, which is to bring the cost down as much as possible to realign the budget. And this ties back a little bit into the schedule. We worked out ways in the schedule to have items that overlap, like permitting can overlap with different parts of the design process. And then also things like demolition and digging out the area for the foundation, which would align with the creating of construction documents from the design team. And by sort of combining these different elements in the schedule, we were able to shave off some of the time that was eaten up by this value engineering process. So it's very important that we put the cost control, the budget, and the schedule hand in hand.
So we know we've got about 4 minutes left here. So,
That's time.
so just touching quickly on the MBLC process. Again, we worked with the Yarmouth Library project, which I'm sure you guys are aware of. Unfortunately, did not pass. But so throughout that project, we built a good relationship working with both Heather and Andrew at the MBLC. We were very familiar with kind of how that process works. The kind of next round of it doesn't sound like it'd be kind of gearing up until 2028, 2029. Again, so it gives us a good runway to be able to get all of our, legwork done before we ever actually go into the application. And last thing we have on this slide here, again, change orders. I know Jen talked about, right, we are open and honest, and this is how we like to operate business. We'd be lying to you to say this project's not going to have change orders. Every construction project does, especially at a building like this, which at the time of construction will be over 100 years old. Jen brought up with the Lincoln, those buildings that were getting knocked down. Until we start really opening up the walls, ripping up the floors, seeing what's in the ground underneath this building, we don't know what we're going to do. With that said, we know we don't know. We can plan for it. Build in some extra time in the schedule. Make sure that's accounted for up front and early on. So when we do run into it, some of the other ways we can go about, kind of trying to curb change orders is, again, just having the true understanding of what's already owned in the contract document. Quick story of a project we were working on in Roxbury. We were doing a new roof. Or not a new roof, we're repairing the roof. There were some railings around the edge of the roof that were kind of on this built-up parapet. The original scope was to remove the cap that was on top of the wall, repair the caps, refinish all the railings. That was supposed to be it. Come to find out, when we took the caps off, those railings weren't actually cemented into the parapet. They were, the only thing holding them up was the curb cap. So, talking with the contractor of, okay, how are we going to get these down, store them? It's going to be pretty costly to do so. Get with the architects. There's no reason to have these rails there. There's no code. There's no safety reason. Talk to the facilities manager. He's like, I've always hated them. Get rid of them. So, change the project. Let's just get rid of them in time. We get the change order from the contractor. He only includes the cost to dispose of them. We kick it back to them and say, sure, we will pay you to dispose of them, but you need to give us the credit back for the work that you're not now going to do in refinishing them. Mm-hmm. So costs don't outweigh each other, but again, knowing what they already own can help curb some of those costs to make sure that we're recouping where we need to. And so then just getting into some of the emerging issues here.
This is last slide.
Yeah, so some of the conflict resolutions. Me and Jake actually are working together on a project out in Salem, the new ferry terminal out there. Part of the project is there's an existing sewer pump that's used to pump out the ferry that comes in and some other commercial vessels around the site. The harbor master wants to bring that, it's right now it's underground in a well. They want to bring that up to grade, so in the event that there's ever a flood, it's not totally lost and wash. But what that means that a pump house needs to be built next to the building. Not the most aesthetic thing, it's kind of funky and goofy. The architect was putting it all over the site, trying to hide it here, hide it there. Push comes to shove, the harbor master, we need it where it is to operate efficiently. I don't care about the looks of it. I don't care about anything about that. I need to operate. I need to make sure that I can pump out the things that I need to pump out. So it's again, sitting down with the architect and saying, this is where the building, or this is where the pump house is going to go. How are we going to deal with it? So what we came up with is a landscaping plan. Let's use some tall grasses and bushes, plant in front of it, try and hide it as best we can. But again, this is where the pump house needs to be. Similar with Canton again, it's with that interior project that we had going on. This kind of happened a little bit later in the design meeting with the IT office, and they wanted to completely overhaul the BMS system. Get with the architects, get the engineers in, start looking at everything, get that scope of work estimated. It turns out to be about $1 million. Bring that back to the town. We don't have the money for that. We're already on a tight budget, can't do it. But so again, we now have all the information, we have the roadmap to do it. That's now in the town's hands. So down the road, when this project comes up again, they already know what they're doing. They already know how to go after it, and they can kind of just jump right in.
And I know we're basically out of time, but I just wanted to explain this picture because this is one of my favorite pictures of all time. This is to just kind of illustrate, we come in and we're kind of like the parent on on projects. Like we get to be the bad guy. Most of the time we get to be the bad guy. We have to right the ship if things have gone wrong. We have to make people talk to each other. Sometimes I had one architect that used to like to hang up the phone when he didn't want to hear what people said. So, this is the kind of thing that we help with conflict resolution and try to get everybody getting along. This happened to be for a project that we were brought in when the OPM was let go. And you can see the contractor was a little bit of a challenge. And you have to totally keep a sense of humor doing this. And I think you have to be serious and do your job, but you also just, you have, well, I literally said to them, can you guys, I had maybe a few bad words in there, but I said, can you walk me through like what you guys were all saying to each other when you looked at this and you were like, yeah, let's go. Like, what is this? So it's like, you have to laugh and you have to keep it light and you have to let people talk to each other and have a good team dynamic. But then they have to things that, you go fix. So, this is basically what we do. We just kind of orchestrate the circus sometimes, but try to keep things moving.
Ours will be a symphony.
All
In your
right.
dreams.
It's just slide, we're gonna have Q&A.
Good.
Well, many of the questions you sort of answered. So.
Yeah.
We tried to cover it all.
Yeah, I was just
If
gonna
anybody has
start with,
question, follow-up.
Tyler, I'll start with you.
I don't have any additional questions. I think you covered everything for me.
If you just could talk a little bit more about, you talked about commissioning and getting the commissioning agent, which I assume is a third party and independent commissioning agent in early. So what type of things do you have them focus on? Obviously like mechanical systems, electrical systems, but what other type of things are they looking at that you want to make sure are going to meet the supplier's requirements once it's all installed? The warranties will be in effect, they've been installed correctly, those types of things.
Yeah. So again, like you said, mechanical and electrical are first and foremost. Those are typically the biggest ones. But then when it comes into installing the roof, making sure that the roof is put on correctly, making sure that all the weather requirements that go into it, this also factors in with any mortar that's going to be happening. If I don't know exactly where, how the building's going to be built yet. Again, there are strict weather requirements that need to be happening. It needs to be, I believe, 30 and rising to install any of this. And so if it's not installed in that time, the manufacturer's not gonna honor the warranty because you didn't install it properly. So it's, again, making sure that every aspect of everything is in compliance with what it is, and that comes down to during construction, we were having their field supervisors make daily reports, right? So it's, what's the weather today? What were you guys doing? So that way, if there ever is an issue down the road, we can go back, open up on February 22nd. It was 20 below freezing and you guys are putting on the roof. Can't do that. That's not in compliance with the, warrant.
What about, what type of, I guess, expertise would you bring in to check that yourself? I see you have RW Sullivan up there.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Things like, the roof,
RW.
if there's an elevator, other systems. Do you have in-house expertise or would you find someone that's?
We basically have the consultants. We have, it would basically, I mean, RW Sullivan is basically our go-to, but likewise, we also have PM&C for estimating and Architect for sustainability. But if we needed more, certainly if we needed somebody with more envelope experience or somebody like we have all of these people at the ready, those are just kind of generally our three that we mentioned. But yes, to reiterate, we bring them in early, specifically like commissioning, and because you want them to be a part of the process, not coming in later and trying to figure out, oh gosh, why did you do this?
Just, and one other question, then move on. At what point do you start to rein the architect in? Yeah,
Day one.
projects I've been involved with before, the architects tend to get a little grandiose.
Mhm.
And then they get to dig their heels in like, this is my project. I really think you need a 2-story atrium.
Yeah.
With lighting suspended from the ceiling
So that's where Jen, where Jen kind of said words, there's a lot of times where we have to be the bad guy. And again, similar to that, same old project that I was talking about, the architect tooth and nail did not want to do this. It's going to make the building look ugly and then it's going to be attached to our name, but too bad. You're not cutting the check for the building. It's not your building. This is what we want, right? And so again, just making sure that they understand that from day one. And again, going through the designer process, we work with a lot of firms. There are some firms that they have their building. You can walk around and you can tell that somebody designed this, somebody designed that. And then there are other firms that come in and they are a open book. They say, what do you guys want to do? And then they design to what you guys, that's part of, again, what we bring to the table coming to that designer selection process, that experience with all these other firms. And again, it's, as you're saying, keeping them on track, making sure that we know what we need, we know what we want. If you guys are starting to dip into the wants list because it's going to make things look better, we can't afford that. We can't do that. Get rid of it. Yeah, just nip it in the bud from start of concept feasibility stuff.
And I always like to say, like, because I'm an architect, I don't, like, I grew up on the construction side. No, it's taken, it takes a lot to take on. I've had these conversations before where the architect wants to do something that just makes no sense, or it's gonna be too expensive, or, we've had all out arguments. And I try to appeal to architect to architect, can you please explain to me why you wanna do this? Like, what is it that you're so determined to want to do this? And again, back to the open, honest communications and conversations thing, I do this in my life too, like trying to understand where somebody else is coming from in the shoes they're standing in, right? Why do you want to put this in here? And is there something we can do to kind of keep this character that you're going after, but in a much more economical way? And by the way, does the owner even want it? So it's having that conversation. They can't say, well, you're not an architect, you don't understand. Yeah, I actually am. So, and I think that happens with somebody who's come from the construction side of things, or whatever it happens to be, but it's having that conversation to say, no, this is not gonna work. And then back to who's the final decision maker. We can deliver the message. We can say, no, you're not gonna do this. As long as we have, yes, go tell them that we're not doing this. Playing the bad guy.
I think one of the biggest challenges for us is controlling cost, but not just controlling cost because we understand construction is expensive, and balancing the need and the operations. For us, we have to hit a threshold of buy-in right? And that, I don't know if you've had any experience with trying to navigate what is the community threshold for buy-in?
Mhm.
While balancing, right, operational needs and the needs of the community. That's, I think, our biggest challenge if this project's going to have success.
Mhm.
So if you come across that with any, not necessarily library building project, but municipal, right, public buildings.
Yeah.
Can I sort of,
Piggyback?
yeah, because I kind of have the same, I think this is along the same lines. Do you think there was anything you could have done differently in Yarmouth to get that through on the first shot?
So again, I think one of the biggest challenges we faced at Yarmouth was, it's kind of a nature of circumstance. The way the MBLC process works is, so we have our submission that was at the end of the year, and then the MBLC reviews the design, and the MBLC doesn't want you to get the project estimated until they approve it. We weren't able to start estimating until February, didn't get estimates back until the end of February, and with the town meeting being earlier this week, that's only about a month to convey these numbers, right? And it's, any big project's gonna come to a sticker shock to somebody that hasn't been kind of involved in coming through with the project. And so that was not a lot of time to explain why the numbers were this way, what you guys are actually getting for this cost. And then I guess to get back to your question.
So that's exactly a different way of phrasing,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
we don't want that to happen. So how early on, because we can't control how NBLC, when they make their decisions and their timeline.
And so, again, I think a big part of, right, the number that the town can swallow does factor into the MBLC, right? If we were to get the MPLCP grant for this project, right, that's a large portion of that project that would ultimately get funded by the state. If that doesn't happen, right, that number now kind of changes of what we're really looking at. And so again, it's early in this process. It's not just looking at construction costs. It's looking at the whole picture, right? Because, I think one of the other things that people latched onto is that they heard the construction cost of the library is going to be about 25, right? It was around that number, but looking at the whole project, it was about 35, right? Because people aren't factoring in, pay the designers, you need contingencies, you need testing, you need to pay for a temporary library location, and everything that goes into that. And so it's very early at this feasibility level, right? And a lot of those numbers are going to be estimates and they're going to be placeholders, but it's building out that initial budget and that total project cost. And that's the number that gets publicly put out there. So that way at the end, when that's the number that's advertised, it doesn't come as a surprise to anyone.
And there are two things I want to mention about that. If you go the MBLC route, there are I don't know how much you know about it, but there are very specific formulas for eligible costs and ineligible costs. And the Yarmouth Library, it was going to end up being like a 41%.
41%
reimbursement.
eligible cost,
Eligible cost, yeah.
39%.
So out of like a $34 million total project cost, it was going to basically be 13.
Yeah, they got 113.
So yeah, so it's going through all of those things. The other piece is it's a timing. When everybody's hearing about, oh, it's going to be this much money out of your pocket. It's a cup of coffee every day. This is how much it is. But when it's a cup of coffee for the schools and it's a cup of coffee for transportation, municipal vehicles, and it's a cup of coffee or two for the library, it really stresses folks out. So it's again, that early buy-in. And I know that they had been working on all of this for so long, and there's a little bit of a different dynamic over there because there's a couple of libraries already, and what are we going to do with these? And to the point about your library, one of the, I forgot to mention this before, but one of the things that I did see was the historic facade. And one of the things we mentioned in our proposal was that we had done a project where we kept, at Lawrence Oliver School, kept the facade and demoed everything inside and then rebuilt it. And like, I'm a historic commission person at heart, so I love trying to preserve history and if there was a way to do that, I think that would be a phenomenal project. It's just weighing the pros and cons of costs and how are people gonna feel? What's the public opinion on demoing the whole building versus keeping the facade? And I know from the reports, you guys have been through all these renditions and things, but then it's really diving in further and making sure everybody understands, okay, it might cost more if we do this. And this is how much it might be per household up front, just so people know. I think we saw something about a quote or an estimate that it was only $600 or $700 a square foot. I can tell you that the Yarmouth is, I think it was in here, wasn't it? In this one?
Yeah.
In the report, but it's more like $1,000. So it's making sure everybody.
And
Yeah,
the feasibility study carried about $650 a square foot, about $22 a square foot for demolition, we were about $675 a square foot total project. And again, we were seeing $1,000 a square foot, if not over. I think we ended up being around.
Well, as soon as you come over the bridge.
And
just-
that-
So again, in those early estimates, we want to be on the conservative side of things, because if a $35 million project gets kind of advertised early on, and then we come back later, it's like, just kidding, it's only gonna be 32. Save $3 million. Versus if you're going the other way,
Yeah, it doesn't-
you're squeezing everybody
You
out.
will.
And it's part, again, open and honest, like this is reality.
Yeah.
It might be $700 near Metro Boston, but you guys are out here, so understand that that's what it's gonna be.
We understand that, but how do you sell that?
I know,
How
well,
do you
Yeah. That's-
sell it?
explaining.
Again, I think it just comes down to showing people what they're gonna get,
Mhm.
right? What is lacking in your current facility, and how expanding and creating a new building. I know the gross square footage shrinks a little bit, but ultimately you get more usable space, and how all these different amenities in this new building will ultimately benefit us. And how you guys are paying for this, but you guys are gonna use this for the next 50 years. And we are planning for the future. And a lot of what the library construction is now is making sure that everything is flexible, right? You don't want to be putting up permanent walls everywhere, because then in 20 years, when you need to build more study rooms, more something else, right? Now you're already locked into the box you built. Keeping everything as open and flexible, so as times change, you can change. It is a tough conversation. It's a tough thing to have, but again, I think that's the way it's.
And it is getting it out there. It's websites, it's Facebook or whatever they.
Well, that's one of our biggest challenges. We have communities on both sides of that big river
Yeah.
over there, and this
Canal.
building, a lot of the older town residents, my age, went to school here when it was a school.
Yeah,
We have, gee, you can't destroy my beautiful building.
Exactly. and that's why I wonder if the facade thing would fly.
Facade thing would be very important.
I think, like, to me, if I had lived in this town or any town for a very long time, like I said, I'm in the historic commission in Weymouth. And any chance that you can have to preserve, it's feasible. It's economically feasible and it's structurally feasible, that type of thing. I think that's a great selling point, and it's getting out there. It's a website. Maybe it's an interactive website. People can ask questions. It's getting out to, like, if there's, like, I know in Weymouth we have a pumpkin thing in the fall, and you have boards up. I know in North Attleboro, when we were doing some work on the library there, they had a road race, and it started at the library because they wanted to be able to explain, look, this is what we're going to do. So people could come and see. Whether they come and see is another thing. And there's always going to be people that are like, I didn't know that was happening. I mean, I know, but as much as you can get that out there and interact with people with as much information as possible.
One more. What would you expect from us, or what do you think makes a building committee especially productive and high performing?
I think the building committees that we've worked with that have been the most successful is if you folks are all on the same page. Where we end up having difficulty is when maybe one person has an idea and someone else has an idea, and I'll get a phone call from one person that says, this is what we're gonna do, and then I get another phone call from somebody else. So it's trying to be sure that you guys are all on the same page, and also with, library trustees, staff, everybody's gonna come into it maybe at the beginning with different ideas, or even along the way, oh, we wanted to put this here instead. There's gonna be changes and modifications, but it's making sure that everybody has a role, not a bad way, stay in your lane kind of thing, but not in a bad way, in a productive way, so that there's not a lot of like web to untangle. I know one of the committees that we work with, we had to early on figure out something as simple as, if there is a change order, what is the threshold that you give us to make a decision versus having to go back out to the whole meeting that's in 2 weeks to decide on the change order, if the crew is standing out there trying to figure out what to do with a rock that's gonna cost $2,000 to take out of the ground now that was unforeseen. There's a certain trust that you would put in your OPM as well. But understanding that we're gonna have open communication with you all the time. We're gonna, who are we reaching out to? Who is the figurehead, so to speak? I don't know if that's the right word.
Yeah, it's
Who's the
just
contact?
making sure that there are communication protocols in place. Again, kind of what Jen said and what we've dealt with a lot in the past is, getting fueling calls from all six of you there.
No.
All six of you have
No.
different
No,
thoughts.
if you don't get a phone call through the chair, hang up the phone.
That's exactly.
I'm
That's,
disconnecting my phone.
Sorry.
that's typically what we see is, again, everything comes up through one
Yeah.
person. So again, if there is disagreement, it's sorted out at the committee, and then the
committee
ultimate
level,
decision that's coming up
Yeah.
is again the final decision.
And to Tim's point about the Jen Donovan style of put all the flipping cards on the table and figure out what we have to sort out. And okay, this is your task moving forward, and this is your task. How do we sort this out? Because it's so inefficient when there's competing opinions and tasks.
Carla, do you have anything?
No, I'm.
No, didn't think we'd make it. Great.
Process.
no,
And I keep talking all but I'll stop.
any final,
Anybody else? We have an extra 2 minutes, somebody who, like, Harry, I will. You also talk? I kind of skipped right over you.
it's Todd, we have 2 minutes.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much. It's, we absolutely would love to work with you, and I think this looks like an awesome project.
We'll leave the flash drive here to you guys too. I know some of the
Okay.
pictures and stuff might have been a little hard to read far. If you guys want to take a look at anything closer.
Yeah, I was gonna make it.
Yeah, well,
the
we
spreadsheet
should,
was
we're
up there.
recording, I mean, it becomes part of the public,
Is cable TV on it? More
yeah,
than we
it's being
recorded.
recorded, right?
Believe so.
Yeah, you got the little cloud with the blinking red dot there.
Yeah. I heard a recording in progress.
It
You
looks
know.
like it.
If not,
I don't know if we
we'll
can do
take
30 minutes again. Maybe we can taper it down.
You guys can have the flash drive one way or another.
Oh, okay, it's okay, yeah. Just for a public record in the event, we'll have to somehow save it with the minutes and.
And I know he already covered it, but we have a couple of staff members that are down here because we need you to
We'll want to. Yeah.
First thing to do is removing the table from the bubble and.
Oh, yeah.
The activist, the one,
What?
activist.
Anybody want to take on a quick 2-second restroom break?
Yeah.
I'll leave.
And I felt, good there, we want to come to the road, what else?
Yeah. Coffee, pudding.
Yeah. Here's the name, Greg? Yes?
Yeah.
My husband Al worked for Greg years ago.
Oh, okay.
I have to, Al
Your
Donovan.
Oh, okay.
Out of, we both went to Syracuse, and then I went to live in Ithaca afterwards. And he moved back here for like, I don't know, 6 months or a year maybe, in Duxbury. And then he decided that, the longest romance was not. He basically lived in Duxbury, and he
Greg's gonna sign it.
Thank you.
Yep. Residential project. It's like.
Yeah,
Dude.
I work with,
Yeah.
not,
Yeah.
makes it very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Veronica, small one. And I know you're the AV lady here, so. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's photographer, so might be recording. Okay, so I think we're, I didn't see it, so I didn't, okay, now I see it there.
No, it was like a little icon right next to the screen share, and then when I exited out, then I. Yeah, flipper. Nick was
Now, putting it there, if not,
okay.
sit over here at the end,
Give me one before.
sit at the table or stand, it's up to you.
Okay. Do you have a computer we're plugging into?
There's a really important spot there.
I did.
I'm gonna try to stay awake.
Right now.
I was at the snacks already.
Oh, yeah. Did you make these? Is that? They kind
That's
of
like
delicious.
all day long.
Yeah.
Watermelon. They do possible.
The paper collection? Notice we made pieces of paper paint because there's too much paper.
Oh, now that's smart.
That was me more. I need to keep track of what I do. Okay.
And one for you?
Thank you. There you go, Morgan. You'll learn from this.
Okay.
Oh,
Good?
Yeah.
Okay. 5 o'clock? We're filming, all right.
Clock somewhere.
So our format's gonna be 30 minutes with about 15 minutes for question and answers afterwards. We can give you the high five, or if you've got a phone that you know you've got 5 minutes left, give you the wave.
I'm gonna try to roll as quickly as we can. And cut us off.
All right,
We set up our PowerPoint to try and answer your questions.
great.
Slide by slide answering your questions, so. That's it in a nutshell, so just give me the big old go when the time started.
Go.
Whenever you're ready.
You ready? Yeah. Oh, you got what? Work?
No, it's broken. No?
Right, top of it, yeah.
Yeah. Try to.
So count against that time.
Reclaim any time.
Have to submit it to you, in order.
Okay.
All right, Dan, you're up.
All right, so I'll go as quickly as I can. Just a quick background on P3. I started P3 in 2008. And I started P3 for the sole purposes that I was the first MSBA project when the new MSBA came out and replaced the school building authority that was under the education department. The MSBA is under the treasury department. And the town of Hanover, I was chairman of the board of selectmen. And we had an OPM that was a big international firm, spending 30 hours a week as a volunteer for 3 years, and I didn't understand why. I realized that we could do a better job than they were doing. They could build a building, but they didn't understand how a town works. They didn't understand how town meeting works. They didn't understand how treasury works, how county works, how volunteer panels work. They were clueless on interacting with the public in a small town, a town meeting town. So I started P3. We've worked in 55 communities to date. We've been invited back to, I want to say about 15 or 16 of them. The city of Westfield, we've done 11 projects. So we've got a pretty good reputation. We do a good job. We've been on, I think, 11 libraries. We've completed 7 and through 3 different grant rounds. So we've been doing the MBLC thing, I think, as long as anyone. And we have 3 in this that were just approved in April. Clinton Hanson and Clinton Hanson in Freetown, March and April. So on this project, I will be doing the public meetings. Rob is my backup, and Rebecca is the on-site. So we'll keep this team from start to finish. Our staff does rotate. We haven't had Rob's 15 years, Rebecca's 5. And we met Rebecca 15 years ago when we started when she was with Ty and Bond. And we grabbed her as soon as she had had enough of Ty and Bond.
You're just trying to make me sound old.
So Megan does all what we call community outreach. Don't like using the word marketing, but she's marketing and community outreach. Mark would be back up to backup, and Mike would be back to Rebecca. And it answers the phones and does all of the paperwork in the office that is necessary for the projects. She's been with me since day one, and I'm afraid of her. I'll put it to that. So I guess we can go through the questions one at a time. The first one was, how do we get consensus? You're in a really unique situation, which has never happened to us doing all the libraries we've done. The new grant program hasn't opened yet, yet you want to be in that grant program, which means you have an ability to change your library building program. Even though you might have your library building program done, might have the ability to amend it. What we have found is that most projects that don't pass as libraries is because of the library building program is too large. In the past 3 grant rounds, the library directors have done the library building program with disrespect to the library director, but they're looking at the perfection of a library and not looking at the community as a whole. Because some things might not necessarily need to be so big, some things might not need to be. So you're in a really, really unique position to analyze that before it gets submitted to the MBLC, because you can add to it. So if it's smaller, you can add to it. But if it's too large, you can't cut it. So once they give you your planning grant, and then you go to your construction, you can't cut that program. And that's usually where you run into a lot of angst, is with the community. The library's too big, the library's too big. So consensus starts right out of the beginning, and open transparency and notifications to the public right out of the gate are important. You've got years to build up consensus here before you're going to need to take the big money vote. Next slide, please. We do outreach like everyone else does outreach. Any means you want to do. You know what's best for your town. We do digital, we do television, we do Facebook, Twitter, BlackBerry, Blueberry, all the things you want to do, we can do. But it's really gonna be up to you, as you know what reaches your community better than we will. We'll provide the information for you to get there. And we, we can set up the accounts, set up the websites, we can do all that. But we just need to know what you want to be the major driving force, to transfer the information to the public.
We're often asked, what do we do for outreach? What are the tools that we like to use? And like Dan's saying, we can really pivot to anything. We rely on you educating us on your town politics. So we work together to develop a plan, start with small groups. We talk to the school programs, talk about kind of casting a small net at the beginning at first, widening the net as we learn more about our project, and expand the education. And of course, a continuous marketing message. We always try to brand projects from the very beginning. So if someone sees a piece of paper that's published and sitting on town hall desk or in a school, they will eventually know, oh, that's the library project. It's an update.
We did town hall and senior center at the same time in Wilmington. Getting consensus to get both of those passed at the same time was hard. A town hall's actually harder than the library to get passed. Nobody likes government. We set it up. We had met 33 times. We hammered home everything over and over again with newsletters, water bills. We put things in water bills because you can get one piece of paper in a water bill without increasing postage. So we did water bills. We did cable TV. We did it all to get the vote up for those two projects, and they both passed. And when we got to town meeting, no one stood up and said, I didn't know anything about this. They didn't know it was coming, because that, how town meeting can be. So we want to make sure that happens here. Okay, the building committee will be lobbied by stakeholders with different needs. This is going to happen throughout the project. This happens even during construction when architect lobbies one way, contractor lobbies another way. What we want to do as an OPM is to give you every side to an issue. You make the decision. This is your town and your project. It's not our project. We're the facilitator. We're pushing. It's your project. But you can't make the decision if you don't get the information. Our job is to make sure you get that information. If you don't have the information to make a decision, then we failed you. We also want to make sure that the different needs, you will have to make some tough decisions when we look at basic costs and you realize, hey, Bourne's not going to go for 29 million, but I think we can do 23. What can we do? And that's where you have that flexibility with that library program that no one else has that's going through this process. It's a big deal. I'm going to keep hitting that over. It's a big deal. Next slide.
Minimize that. Yes. Trying to get that to minimize.
So I'll read the questions anyway. I'm doing my best.
Just hit the little bar at the
The little
bottom.
bar.
This right here?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
Productive building committees in Highfield. We want the building committees to have 100% valuable time. We won't ask for a meeting if it's going to be a waste of time. We're not going to meet to meet. We want every meeting to be productive. We want every meeting. There might be times we ask for another meeting. Like if you're meeting every other week or you're meeting monthly, a productive committee has to be able to meet in between because there may be an emergency that pops up. Hey, we've discovered this. We want to do that. That causes a productive building committee. But again, it goes back to us communicating with you prior to those meetings, making sure you have all the data necessary to make the decisions when you get here. So we're not sitting there for 2 hours debating something. You know the issues prior to coming into the meeting. Library specific. Specialized equipment and components necessary for a successful library. Libraries are pretty much a unique animal. The MBLC is gonna want your library to have clear sight lines, because when the economy gets bad, the library takes a hit. Parks and Rec takes a hit, and they know that staff will be cut. So they want to make sure that that the library can be manned with as minimum people as possible. They're not going to want any dark spots, any shaded spots. They want to make sure there's clear sight lines from the circulation desks, glass to see into teen rooms, things like that. So that there's always an ability for you to go. With regard to specialized equipment, of course, depending on whether you want a book sorter or whether you want ID on every book and is scanning the books coming in and out, all of that can be designed into the building. That's actually becoming kind of routine. The sorters are not routine, but all of the data, all of the data necessary for clams, we'll work with clams, make sure all that information gets done and get all the information necessary for that. Next. Temporary location. Okay, I thought I'd show you a picture of East Ham's temporary library. All right, we built the East Ham temporary library. It was actually a lot of fun until we hit 3 indigenous people underground. Where there was a hand sticking out, it wasn't good. I'll tell you this, it was a first for us to actually encounter something like that. And we thought, oh no, we're going to be delayed. We actually had an immediate meeting with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and with the Wampanoag tribe. And we came up with a plan. We were only down for a week. We collected the bones. We transferred the bones to the tribe. The tribe reburied the bones. And the bones that we had not picked up, we saved, and we scanned the entire area so that they could know what else is in this particular area. And we decided to put the temporary library. So, but we built this library, 3 trailers, so that the library could stay open and meet the qualifications of the MBLC. It is a requirement that you stay open. It's not a requirement that you're fully open, but you do have to have your claims network up and running. You do have to have the ability to have books in and out. And it will be entirely up to you how large a program you want to have during construction.
Yeah, and we had gone through a brief process before we had settled on this. We had tried to, we had done solicitations to lease property in town that we could potentially move in, turnkey. That turned out to be nothing was available or no one was willing to lease. So we engaged with this company through the proper procurement channels and developed this floor plan and it's bathroom and it's accessible and it seemed to work pretty well. Doesn't mean they weren't excited to move out of it at the end of the year of construction, but it was kept dry. It didn't leak. It was great. We got good feedback from it.
Okay, next question. Approach to a team including architects, design subs. Demolition of a structure. I can't read the questions, man. That's why I lost my place. Demolition of a structure. This is underneath where the new Greenfield Library is. We had to take a fire station down. Fire station was operating until we took it. And we saved the cupola because there was an emotional attachment. We couldn't get the library passed unless we did some sort of historical connection between the old building and the new building. So we said, let's save the cupola, bring the cupola to the DPW, hand it over to the OPM doing the fire station project, and they can put it back up on the fire station. Well, we did our part. The OPM designed this really modern fire station, and they never put the cupola back up. But we did try, and we did get the vote. So, we have demolished a ton of historic buildings. Davis Street School, Hayden Village,
Helene James,
and Hayden in Williamsburg. This fire station, which was historic in downtown Greenfield.
When you say historic, you just say old.
Well.
Or you say, because historic,
No, some of it's,
on the historic registry, or just?
one of them was on the historic registry. We went through a lot of hoops.
Okay.
And we had to do some alternative analysis that proved that it was just unsavable. The others were historic from a voter standpoint.
Right.
Now, you're gonna go to town meeting, you're gonna have people in town that said, what are you doing? I went to school here.
Very, very.
We already have.
You already had, there you go.
They're in the survey.
You don't have to wait.
We don't have to wait for town meeting.
You went to school here too. So, I mean, you have to find a way to bring the two together. What you might, maybe you keep the front facade. There's 100 different ways to skin the cat. So, 8. I gotta go to 8, bro. Oh, thanks. Approach to architects, design subs, contractors and subcontractors in building committee. We deal with the building committee, the designer, and the contractor. We don't deal with the subcontractors. Because the subcontractors work for the contractor, and there's a legal responsibility there. We'll nudge the contractor when a subcontractor is not doing their job. And we will inform the general contractor that he needs to manage his subs better. Our approach has always been collaborative. We have never had a lawsuit since 2008. None of our projects have. They've all been resolved. Every single one of them. And we've had some pretty good fights with a lot of people.
The short answer before he gets long-winded on this is always communication. So we become basically like best friends, where you'll see me or whoever's on the project that day, you'll see us, you'll talk to us. Everybody will have everybody's cell phone number. We'll be buddies with the GC. There's very clear lines of communication so that if anything happens on the project, everyone knows about it and it can be resolved as quickly as possible. Because we're always trying to get to the end goal of achieving the project without there being any miscommunication or hiccups. And so that's where clear communication really becomes an issue here.
Yeah,
No problem.
Well, and the truth is that each of these teams all have their own incentives. You know, the architect, the contractor, the town, everyone has their own definition of success on these projects. We're all trying to build a building and get you moved in to get you what you paid for. But the architect wants to build a beautiful building, you know, a statement piece. The contractor wants to build and get out as quickly as possible. And the owner wants quality, long-term value. So we, you know, especially during construction, our positioning can be a lot less about making commands. It's alignment and it's communication, just what we're mixing. So it's a dance.
Clothing, commissioning. Probably the most important thing in the building. I can't tell you how many times in Massachusetts we build buildings that don't get taken care of. And we don't want our buildings to not be taken care of. We always recommend commissioning on HVAC systems, especially today with all electric systems that are very complicated from a computer standpoint and require a tremendous amount of training to operate. Same with the lighting in the building, will be all computerized. The days of non-computerized are gone. The stretch code, the super stretch code, the super duper stretch code, it's angst. And it's on a serious note, it's important. I'd like to tell you that everything would be 100% operating the day you move in, but I'd be lying to you. Sometimes it takes a few months to get all the bugs out in a couple of seasons. Got to go through a heating season and a cooling season. But what we have done on our projects is we do create what I call a cheat sheet, which is all the maintenance that needs to be done on the building, whether it's daily, weekly, quarterly, semi-annually, annually. And we make a cheat sheet that you can print out and make sure that whoever's in charge of maintenance has done those tasks. It's very, very important that happens. Because these new buildings don't run themselves. They do for about a week. And then they need to be monitored. They need to be checked. So, we will coordinate all the training, make sure all the training is videoed because Unfortunately, in the municipal world, we do throw a lot of people, and usually the people we train aren't there 2 or 3 years later. So we want to make sure that the training is available, and we want to make sure that everything is categorized and colorized so that the maintenance knows easily where to get what it needs to go. Everything is, of course, digitized today, but we find that even today that the in the field, people working on the building like bound books, and we still insist on leaving a bound book in every building that we will operate on. We might be a dinosaur, but we still believe that's the way to go. Okay. Rob, take 30B? Who likes 30B?
You saved me the boring one.
Yeah, we've got lots of experience with, excuse me, 30B. Once we get to a design development phase, when we start talking about building systems and security and devices and computers and phones, we'll start to have conversations about the potential advantages to the town procuring certain things on your own without going to the general contractor, without going through the bubble. Sending it through the engineering team and getting flushed out, you know, you might not get something that you actually want. So if we take control of some of the scope, we've done procurement under 30B.
And 149, 149A, 25A, 7C.
Yeah.
So, the key to this question is who's doing what? And we will have a matrix set up as to who's doing what. The cabling should be done by the file submit electrician, but the endpoint shouldn't be bought until just before the end of the project. Otherwise, you're buying technology from 18 months ago when it was bid by the electrician. So we want to push things around. It makes our job a lot harder, gives you a better product, it gives you the most modern stuff. Equipment. So we just finished this with the Taunton Public Safety complex. If you've done a police station, that's probably the most interactive you could have with not only furniture, 911 furniture, and telephones, data, radio. And when we were done with all the matrices, everyone knew which part they had to do, and it did go pretty seamless. Next.
I'm turning the page. Don't touch the paper.
How do we control costs without sacrificing long-term function of the library? It's a great question. I think we all need to have an understanding of where we're going when we start. How far do you want to go? Is this a $25 million project? Is it a $15 million project? Is it a $30 million project? Even 4 years before you get to town meeting. When we get to the actual physical designing of the building, we're going to be doing cost analysis in 3 or 4 stages. The architect will do an independent estimate. The OPM is going to do an independent estimate. We're going to reconcile the estimates. We'll keep on track from a construction standpoint, all of those estimates, and those estimates will include furniture and technology. When we did the Irving Public Library, we were little town, small town, rural library, one bite of the apple. We were looking at the budget monthly to make sure that the designer wasn't adding things in between meetings. It was that tight of a time frame and that tight of a budget to get it done. And we developed a really beautiful library. So when we get to the actual construction, the energy usage and the operating costs and all of those things, we'll start having meetings with your finance committee, town manager, your treasurer, cash flow, all of those things, all ties together.
But the effort really is early on controlling costs. You've probably heard a lot about value engineering. A lot of companies will talk about devalue engineering like it's a routine practice. We don't like it. We shouldn't have to get there. The project should never get to the point where you have to do it. It certainly happens. But most of our jobs, we've controlled enough up front where we don't have to spin back and say, how are we going to take $2 million out of this? How are we going to make this happen? What can we take away? So we try and and manage expectations and manage costs, and really just stay practical. That's our default mindset when going to any project, whether it's 100 million or 1 million, is staying practical. And if we can learn that we can expand the budget and the scope as we go, great. Like Dan was saying early on, it's a lot easier to add than it is to deduct. We always go into these jobs with that mindset.
Some designers are frugal, some designers are designing monuments themselves. We know the difference. We work with them all. So, and sometimes want the money, sometimes want the frugal. Sometimes want something in between. That's something that we'll, as a team, work together, figure out, and we'll help guide you on that. You're behind.
He was too intense. I didn't want to interrupt him.
The grant process, 5 minutes, okay, the grant process.
You got 5 minutes. What's that
The
called?
grant process I already hit. They were kind of schedule delays. Yep, this is a great, go back, that's a great example of a schedule delay. That's Tilton Library. The elevator company went bankrupt. Yeah, we had to finish the building and get the last grant payment because the MBLC wanted to dump the money. We worked with the Mass Architectural Barriers Board, got a waiver, got a new elevator contractor, no expense to the town. The elevator's going in as we speak. The library's been open for about 3 months. So, they just don't have access to the second floor, for the handicap, and we have a protocol in place for that. Next, change orders, managing change orders. We redline the hell out of them. We check everything. we check every penny and scream and yell and do the best we can. We're usually under 2% on changes on our projects. I can't, and when I say 2%, I mean 2% overall, which includes your changes to the contract, because usually we're under 1% on misses, errors, or omissions. We fight really hard against the contractors. They're not getting it. They're not going to get an inch. We'll go toe to toe, direct them to do it. Let them try and come at us. They're not gonna. They're gonna want to get paid at the end. Next, conflict between parties, designer and contractor, or the building committee. Well, we'll not have a conflict because I'm going to tell you left, I'm going to tell you right, and you're going to say go left or right, and I'm going to be the champion for left or right, even if I don't agree with it. But there will always be conflicts with the architect and the contractor, and we'll work through them collaboratively like we do on every job. The architect has a vision, the contractor has a bid. Sometimes the two of them don't necessarily see eye to eye. We'll work through those conflicts as we have never had a claim. This is a good one. Does anyone know about library? That's East Team. The building committee hired us. They said, we hate our library. Can you change it? We changed it. We changed it to the library that's there today. We changed the architect. We changed the library. We changed everything. The program's exactly the same.
Beautiful.
And it came out beautiful. We won the National AIA Award, ALA. And those of you that are librarians know what that is. And we're really proud of it. It was a lot of work to get the building committee to understand that their library was really not only not functional, it didn't fit the neighborhood. And no one really had this little, they're like, yeah, it's a nice library. We wanted it to be wild. And we ended up with a wild library. I always show the slide, you obstacles that cause projects to be a problem. You have a study, you don't have a project. And right here is your biggest obstacle. That's the construction costs in Massachusetts for public projects. That's your biggest obstacle. It's not a level line. It's not keeping track with inflation. It's exceeding inflation. Labor shortages, material shortages, wars, all sorts of things contribute to it. We need to get ahead of that, understand it, and make sure that we're targeting the right market in the right place for you to make sure that can afford what we're gonna go down there, because we're gonna set that budget 2 years before you're actually building that line, right? That's your biggest challenge. That's it.
We made
I
it.
beat the time.
Okay,
Fire away.
we'll start going this way. Carla.
Okay, so you covered the two questions I was supposed to cover already, so.
That's good, isn't it?
It's very good. I have a follow-up question to your last one about the construction costs.
Yeah.
So knowing that we're not gonna build for another 2 years, is that something we should build,
Oh, you're gonna,
plan smaller
um,
and then be able to expand later if construction costs go down?
well, I think,
What's your opinion on that?
I don't know that you're gonna build in 2 years.
Okay.
And your grant round starts in 2 years.
Right.
It's grant,
Okay.
so you're not building for 4 years. Okay, so I'm not, maybe, would you say 5? No, we'll get that quick. So, we'll call Andrea at the MPLC and tell her to hurry up. So, escalation's a tough thing to gauge. But there are formulas that are used for escalation, and, usually they're a little more liberal than they should be, so that they're a little higher. And sometimes that causes you to pull back on what you want to do. There's always phasing. Phasing always costs more money. I don't recommend phasing on any project if you don't have to, but if that's all you can afford, half loaf's better than no loaf at all.
Thank
All
you.
right?
Elizabeth?
Are you Megan?
I'm Rebecca.
Becca?
Yeah.
I think you answered, Megan's role, what she does.
Megan's outreach.
She does marketing.
You have, it's almost the last page in your projects.
Yep.
Previous project experience. You list Swansea,
Hmm.
Monterey, and Dayton.
Yep.
Can you tell me specifically with respect to Dayton and
What happened?
Swansea?
Sure.
Yeah. When did you get involved in?
Okay, that's a great question. With regard to Monterey, we were the first library released in the 2016 grant round, and it was built. With regards to Dayton, the town of Dayton chose not to pursue a construction grant because a building became available and they bought it. We were out, simple as that.
Okay, you were OPM for.
Yeah, we sent Jim for the planning study. We got them the grant. While they were waiting for their number to come up, a building became available. They grabbed the building.
Yeah.
Right, we had designed a beautiful addition to a Carnegie library.
Yeah.
Right? With regard to Swansea, we got them the grant, but they were number 33. The building committee quit. A new building committee came in 3-4 years later. And like Eastham, they wanted to go in a different direction. So we didn't even apply to Swansea the second time around, because at that point in time, we were busy. But they hired a new OPM and a new architect, and they built up with our grant and a different building, similar to what we did in Eastham. And it came out nice.
And he highlighted a point that he omitted as part of the conversation, which was Dan's very careful to make sure that our workload is exactly perfect and he doesn't overload us, because we wouldn't talk to him anymore. So what he does is he gives us just the right number of projects. And if other projects come up, like Swansea, during our projects, he won't pick them up because we stay. That's why he keeps us around.
Can only eat so much ice cream.
He keeps us busy, but he knows if he keeps us too busy, we won't be friends. So
And she lives in Falmouth. If she gets stuck in Cape traffic, she'll kill me.
yeah.
You're gonna die.
I did Eastham 2 summers. I'm ready for it. Bring it on. They were painting the bridge back then. That was brutal.
Talk to me about public outreach.
They'll be constructing the bridge by the time.
The reason I ask that is we have this unique condition where we're a community separated by a big river. And,
Canal.
we're, I want to say we're an elderly community, but we have an aging population that's very tax
We do.
conscious.
Average age is 56.
That's high.
There's a lot of negativity, people that went to school here, blah, 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 Facebook.
Everything I just said. Let's talk about how to reach them.
How do we?
So if you're mostly concerned about reaching the elders, we meet them at the senior center. We meet them at the library. We meet them through the mail. We meet them at any congregate housing that you have. All right, and sometimes it requires face-to-face, sit down. You know, I find the elderly more open to vote for taxation than the younger people do. It's the elders that push the schools over the top, not the younger generation. They'll vote for something as long as it's not opulent. If you design something that's too opulent here, it's not gonna pass. Yarmouth lost Monday night. It's gone. Right? I'm sure they'll try and come back, but it's gone. It was too big. It was too opulent, and it shouldn't have happened. All right? When your vote's that close, that is outreach problem. That's an outreach problem. When your vote's far apart, then some outreach might not work, and it might just be some other factor. But I've always found an educated town meeting always does the right thing. We have to educate the public. We have to identify who goes to town meeting. We have to identify who votes in the ballots. All right? It has to be run like a campaign, and we can't do that. We can't spend public money on asking for money. All right? So we have to provide you with the data, provide you with the information so that you can get that to a nonprofit to do the heavy lifting on some of that parts and pieces. But we can give the data. We can give the information. We just can't sway them. Right? I get a little passionate about the meeting. You tell I was a moderator.
Have you had any issues with your procurement processes? Have you come across some stumbling blocks or how?
No.
No.
I learned procurement really early. When I was chairman of the Board of Selectmen, and I was on that project with a big giant firm, we had a protested general contractor bid over a comma and an asterisk in a pre-qualification form, and I fought. And it went all the way to the Supreme Judicial Court, and it is now case law. I was right. I knew I was right. My selectmen backed me up. We went the map, saved the town $860,000 because the next bidder was $860,000 higher. And we are the reason why you can not have to deal with de minimis stuff. If you've been in government long, you'll know that 10 years ago, de minimis stuff, you had to throw them out. Now, if the addenda is not acknowledged, but the addenda doesn't affect anything, you can ignore it.
Yeah.
So that's Fordyce versus Hanover. That was my case. So I learned real quickly I needed to understand procurement. So I took every single class I could, MCPPO class, and I update myself all the time. I read the cases. I was really friendly with the head of the AG after the bid unit, Brian McDonald, after the case, because he wanted to rule in Hanover's favor, but was overruled by Martha Coakley because she was running for Senate. There was all sorts of fun things going on with procurement. So, but the truth of the matter is, we've never had a procurement issue.
Yeah, we've certainly had bid disputes,
Yeah.
a bunch of projects, but nothing that's risen to any,
Nothing that we've been cited on.
nothing that stopped any of our projects.
It gets a little funky when you get into the state bid list stuff. You really gotta read what the state bid list is. Everyone thinks, oh, it's on state bid list, just go buy it. Not that simple.
Like,
I think when you were talking, you said you recommend commissioning. Could you go deeper into what, I mean, certainly a building has to be commissioned.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many buildings don't get commissioned.
I didn't say they don't need to be, but, yeah, so what your process is, when you started, what
Commissioning,
trades,
Yeah.
what mechanical, electrical, what other within the building, and, or not just commissioning, but how do you ensure that it's all being installed per the supplier's recommendations, and you'll get a warranty at the end of the project?
That is a very good question here. So, commissioning starts at schematic design. It does not start when the project goes to construction. The design needs to be commissioned to make sure that the design works, and what is drawn is going to satisfy the commissioning agent for a sequence of operations, which is really, really important HVAC wise and electric control wise. Sometimes we do commissioning on the envelope. Sometimes we do commissioning on just HVAC. And sometimes we do commissioning on lighting and security. It depends on where we stand budget wise and what you direct us to do. I recommend doing commissioning on everything because they're independent of the designer, the OPM, the owner, and it's just that extra set of eyes.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I don't know if I answered your question. It doesn't look like I did yet.
But actually, it led into another question.
Go for it.
It's just sort of, you mentioned it a couple times in various ways throughout the presentation. Where do you sort of come down on what's our decision? What's your responsibility? When do you decide something? When do you advise us? When is it all on us?
That's it.
I think you said something,
That's good.
it's up to us. You provide the backup
The
on.
right and the left.
Yeah.
And
So
that project, we make the
that's-
decision.
Awesome question. So when we get to construction, we can't call a committee meeting every day. The OPM is gonna be in the field, but we're gonna need, what we set on every single one of our jobs, we set up a policy, and the policy is up to X dollars, the OPM, the designer, and one member of the building committee, because there's gonna be one of you that's gonna go to every building construction meeting, and there always is. Sign off on every single PCO, potential change order. If it's over a certain amount, we bring it to the committee, and that policy will bring to you prior to. During design, it will be done in this meeting. It won't be urgent. It won't be urgency for us to make any decisions for you during design. But when we get to where a delay is gonna cost the town money and we're putting the town at risk, I want the flexibility to be able to take those small delays and dispose of them for $1,000 or $2,000 or to be determined later to keep the project moving forward, because time is the biggest enemy of all projects.
But during the design, would you also sort of advise us as you see, like the architect begins to work on the building? To say, he's kind of going off in a direction. you don't think-
Absolutely.
But not leave it up to us to discover that and ask you to correct it.
If you have to discover it, then I didn't do my job.
That's what I'm asking.
All right, so I'll give you an example. We're doing a school in the Bedford. School came in 10 million under. All right, in this period, which is really good. It didn't come in 10 million under because of the economy. It came in 10 million under because we went through the drawings and standardized all the beam sizes, all the connections, all of the footings, everything we could possibly standardize, we standardized. Even though the architect wanted all these weird angles, we went to the building committee, explaining to the building committee, circles, triangles cost money. And and I have to tell you, they got two circles, two little portholes in one of the classrooms. I'm not too happy about it. They snuck them in. But they're just windows. Inside, no, that's it. But we got everything we asked for. That's why I came in. And when I talked to the general sector, and they said, Dan, it's going something willing to build. There's nothing, there's no lawn mowing connections. There's nothing. You did exactly what you should have done.
That's going back to our default practical mindset on all these jobs, no matter the scale.
We don't get asked back. We get asked back for a reason.
Do you still have the temporary library that you had there?
Which one? You know what's funny about that? It was a rack when they brought it. It was like 3 pieces. I'm like, oh my God, we are in so much trouble. By the time they were done with it, it looked great. By the time we were done with the construction, 18 months later, a mushroom started growing in one of the windows. Like,
Yeah, I think you answered the questions that I was responsible for. So while I have you here, what's like your average cost per square foot for the library? I know not everything is the same, but on Cape Cod, like for example, East End project, roughly.
ECM
I
was,
know it's a little.
ECM was built in 2015, it was 20,000 square feet. I think the total project budget was 14 or 15 million dollars. I have to go back and look it up. It was, at the time, I think it was like $568 foot, which was a lot of money. Where the average at the time was like 450. It still cost a lot of money. And it cost a lot of money because the structure was a laminated, glue laminated beam, I don't know if you've been in it, structure. And they wanted it to look like a boat. They wanted it to feel like a boat. They wanted it to be East End. They wanted, shakes on the outside that were gonna be durable, not crack.
Yeah.
So all of those parts and pieces, they knew that going in were gonna cost a little more money. We did bring it in under the appropriation that they had, but it cost a lot of money. A new library today is going anywhere from 900 to about 1,200 a square foot, depending on the design, depending on the site, depending on the utility. The $300 are those three variables. You're not gonna get it at 900. All right,
All right.
how many square feet you looking for?
What do we come up with? 20?
Yeah.
It was like 20.
Well, we're having, we're
It's big.
20,000 is not too big.
We want to don't quote us on that, Don.
I will say this, regardless of what OPM you choose, and I watched some of your meetings, so I kind of feel for where you guys are all going coming into this. Regardless of which one you choose, do not ever speak money until you're ready to announce money, because you will fail. You must all be on the same page on money, and you'll all have to be talking from the same sheet of music. When you go to Dunkin' Donuts, you have to have the same answer that she has at Starbucks. Very, very, very important. A lot of projects fail because their OPMs throwing numbers out at meetings. I'll never talk numbers. I'll talk magnitudes, but I won't talk numbers until we're ready to talk real numbers.
Very good.
Anything else?
Anybody else?
Any closing remarks? Quick, so you can beat the traffic.
Well,
611 half dozen.
It's easy for.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about traffic.
all right.
Trust me. East here.
Yeah,
That's traffic.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good luck. Good luck with your decision.
Anybody want a quick bathroom break?
Fred.
I'm Deputy Director of Facility in that.
Yeah.
I like what's mine.
I do also.
All right. You did.
I came in second. Then you guys put it back up.
Well, they would.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go back.
So, it's not, Smith.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they said, well, let's not interview people who already heard from them last time. Which is a violation of like every procurement rule in the book. So when Rick came in, he was the first one. Well, never came back.
You fully retired?
I am, well, aside from doing things like when library committee, National Marine Life Center, I volunteer at the yoga center, work shifts. As far as income, yes, I totally retired. I was building shelves and hanging displays.
Honestly.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Helen, welcome to the wrap up. Thank you. I think our first time. Thank you. Kind of excited. So. Yeah, about teaching today. The most, yeah.
Both of them, this morning was 409, this afternoon was 419.
So we're trying to, what I'm presenting the way to.
Touche, and then.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. That's right.
So.
Well, it would them talking what they can do. Oh my gosh, they'll just get.
It's on,
Oh, I don't have this ring.
it's on the agenda.
All right.
That's what happened there.
Yep. We haven't done it in.
On the public meetings.
No, I have mine. No. Fine.
It's true, somebody.
Oh, yeah.
You know. Oh, it blew up.
And
And we represent.
once you send the share screen, pick up the. Yes. So you'll join.
That's the standard. But I don't, yeah, you said. You just said to, list your project name.
Potentially so far that some of the questions are your answer. So I'll just give you a 5.
Seven.
Good job.
They weren't. They look.
That there's a problem in transport and the soil that quickly. You're glad you didn't. Like. Right. Like that again.
I.
Just happy.
See that, you can find that. That's overdue.
So I got my hand at the gate, I had my coffee in one hand, I had the left hand, something like this, one coffee in the bottom of the bowl.
Oh my God, you know what?
That's on me, not my wife.
Okay, I will be sure to mark in her record,
Hey,
Mary Ann did not damage this. It was tonight.
Knowing full well.
she didn't try
Give her
to.
permission to share screen.
Quick.
Go over to share down below and then.
Yeah.
Well, that's, and I understand it. I've got a minor in the. Legion baseball.
Right.
But all of that, I mean, that's the crazy crowd.
Oh, click on the word share, the up arrow, instead of the arrow to the right. Click on the word share. Maybe it's already set up for anybody to.
I thought,
Might already be set up for that. Did he set that up?
yeah, but. There we go.
Yep.
There you go.
Is that a minute on our part?
Or just Victoria? Go to the outside. The top of.
All the way here.
No, this. The exit was one trouble.
Yeah. You can go to the last.
I'm just trying to.
I'm just gonna,
Right now, 16. But not useful. Yeah, is this 16? But not all usable.
Yeah.
So what is it now?
I think that might be better.
Okay, we're definitely on the same page. Yeah. Okay. Everybody regrouped, Devin, okay, good. Welcome, thank you very much. We'll do 30 minutes. Presentation, 15 minutes Q&A afterwards.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having us here tonight. I'm Amanda Sawyer. I'm the business practice leader for CHA's Boston OPM team. So I have the privilege of leading a really talented team of project managers on diverse and complex projects throughout the Commonwealth. We have assembled a really great team for you this evening that as we go through our presentation and learn, we have a lot of experience with library work. So we're really excited to be here. It's one of our passions. So thank you for having us here tonight. As I mentioned, Amanda Sawyer. I am local to Bourne. I live in Sandwich. I've been a full-time resident on the Cape for 25 years and have lived in Sandwich for about 22 of those years. So very familiar with the community, the Cape, and all of that. The bridge. I don't have to go over the bridge. So just familiar with, with the community and the challenges of working, designing, and constructing on the Cape. So I'm going to pass it to my team for some quick introductions and we'll jump into our presentation.
Hello, everyone. I am Jennifer McGrory. I also, like Amanda, I grew up on the Cape. I was a Falmouth High School graduate, very familiar with the town of Bourne. You're our neighbor. And I also, by training, I'm a registered architect and I practiced architecture for over 20 years and made a shift in my career to the owner's project management side. I have been with CHA for about 18 months. I've also in my career as an architect and as an OPM, I've had a large focus on library work. So I've done library work as the architect for multiple libraries and have worked on 5 libraries with CHA as an OPM. And I'm very excited to learn more about your project. Thank you.
Megan?
Hi, thanks for having us. I'm also a registered architect and a CCM, which is a certified construction manager. I've been in the industry for over 20 years and I've worked on a number of library projects at CHA. We're very excited to be here. My in-laws actually live on the Cape, so I'm on the Cape quite a bit because my kids are really into sailing and stuff. So.
Perfect. Yeah. So along with the team you see in front of you here, we have a pretty deep bench of subject matter experts that we tap into through our projects. So MEP, project controls, cost estimating. We are one of the only firms in the Commonwealth that has an in-house cost estimating department. Some OPMs say that they have cost estimating in-house, and that might be a cost estimator. We have quantity surveyors on our cost estimating team. And if you're not familiar with quantity surveyors and the difference between quantity surveyors and cost estimators, quantity surveyors look at the project more holistically as they're developing cost estimates. So looking at project life cycle costs, looking at creative ways of how to design the project so that it could be more cost efficient. So instead of just, taking off quantities and assigning dollar amounts to them, they're really looking at these, the costs holistically and really with a fine-tooth comb on how can some design tweaks be made to benefit the project, not sacrifice quality, not sacrifice function, but sometimes there's those little adjustments within, possibly materials, sequencing of events. That's what quantity surveyors do versus cost estimators. So I just wanted to point that out because that's a really unique piece that we have on our team. And we'll talk a little more about some of that. I just wanted to also point out the all of these little dots on this map. Those are projects that our team has worked on. And so again, not only are we local to the Cape, we have a number of projects that are on the Cape and the islands. And we're just really well versed in the nuances of working in this part of Massachusetts and having success with it. I'm going to pass it over to Jennifer. Actually, one thing that I did want to say is we tailored our presentation to answer the questions that we didn't do it question by question. So if there's anything that we say that you want us to kind of pause and dig in a little deeper, please feel free to interrupt us. But we wanted to give you, just kind of an overall presentation that answers your questions. So I'll pass it over to Jennifer.
We've done over 25 library projects within Massachusetts at CHA. And so we're very well versed of what the public library process is. And those are all public libraries. Some of us have worked on also academic libraries, higher ed institutions and so forth. But we've worked on 25 public libraries. And this is a collection of a few of those. We've got 20 years experience working with the MBLC and understand that process quite well. So this is a collection of images. You'll see projects, some at the center, Belmont Public Library. We opened that just a few months ago. It's a real beautiful, gorgeous library. I hope as this project proceeds, you might consider touring some other libraries that might feel relevant to you. But there's a Sharon opened last year. JV Fletcher is under construction in Westford right now. And East Falmouth they just completed feasibility for their branch library, very close by. And so we've also got Vineyard Haven, and Haverhill is also they're about to start construction on the Haverhill library. That's a renovation project. But we have a wealth of experience from new ground up to additions and renovation projects. What we thought we'd do to speak to some of the questions that you had is to talk through a few case studies. So I'm going to start off with the JV Fletcher Library. This is in the town of Westford. This is a project that CHA has been involved with since 2015. Taken a long time to get through this process. They are through the MBLC grant program. So it's had a long gestation, but we're under construction right now. We'll be open and complete at the fall of 2026. So it's very, very exciting. You can see the image in the bottom left corner, the process where that's actually a little bit dated. There's a roof structure on now. But in this project, it is a historic library. This is the fourth renovation to this library from starting in 1890 when it was built. And this, as I mentioned, is MBLC funded. You asked about a major demolition and renovation project. We demolished about half of the library and we're adding on. So we're doing a major renovation to 22,000 square feet and then adding on another 13,000 square feet. That image in the bottom really shows a lot of the new versus the old with just the steel frame up. We assisted them moving to a temporary location. We helped them. They had some real challenges in that particular temporary library. We assisted them looking at various locations throughout the town. And we ended up moving to what you see in that upper left-hand corner image. That actually is a business occupancy space. It was a great location and a great physical space, but that was it's not an assembly space, which is the use group of the library. So we had to work closely with the town fire marshal and also the building commissioner. And one of the challenges that they took on was that this is not how their library operated prior, and it won't operate this way when they move back in. But right now, they have a small collection of books that are available to the patrons on the main floor, but they have books on another floor. And when you're requesting a book, the staff goes and gets it now. That's sort of a workaround that they're doing. And It allowed them to move into what is a really great temporary space. It was the right location, the right budget, right availability. But the use group was a big challenge we faced. We also helped them with the move. They have books in a few places right now and furniture in a few places, but we're also assisting them with all of the Chapter 30 procurement of furniture, AV, signage, security, a lot of the other components that are there. We're really excited to see this come to fruition. We're underway right now, as I mentioned. And the next project I wanted to highlight is Belmont. Oops, sorry. Belmont, this, as I mentioned, was just opened earlier this year. So this is a different situation where they had an existing building. You can see it on the upper left corner. And they opted to tear down that full building and build a new ground up library. And so
On the same site.
on the same site. So there were a lot of issues with working on the same site. Communities truly love their trees. And so we had some issues with trees on their site, but also that historic building. How do we save something that might be valuable? And in particular, that image, you see the front granite steps, which were very meaningful to the town. They had some real connection to them. And we were able to, in the bottom lower corner image, you see the exterior community space. Those granite pieces were actually relocated into the exterior reading garden space, which is right off of the children's room. This new library allows them to really move their program into the future. And Megan's going to speak to that. But some of the other things that we did with this project, it's Chapter 149, like the Westford project was. We had some Chapter 30 procurement that we assisted with. This is larger, it's 41,000 square feet, but we also assisted them with a temporary location and move management. And both Westford and Belmont have a real true commitment to sustainability and working with, making a really green, sustainable library. So I'll pass it to Megan.
Thanks, Jennifer. So if you look at the top left photo, this is Belmont. You'll see on the right side, there's a book sorting machine that is very efficient in gathering books, sorting them. Also the desk there, that is a self-checkout area. And then behind the desk, there's actually lockers, and that's where they have the library of things. So for instance, like a vacuum cleaner, if somebody wants to check that out, or dry or wet back, or binoculars, or like a cake pan, whatever's available, metal detector, they will come.
That's our baby metal.
That's our metal detector. For like, I need that. That's the biggest, that's so like,
The library of things.
but most people check out the.
Oh, we had to buy a second one.
You have to buy a second.
Oh,
That's
really?
great. Yeah, we get it back.
I checked it out.
But, no. We have a library of things, but that's what gets taken out the most.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Metal detector, because they're looking for the rings or something
On the beach,
right?
Like,
Yeah, right.
But I think that, to Megan's point,
Yeah.
there's so many great ways that libraries are used now compared to, previous years. I'll let you keep talking about some of the other really neat spaces.
yeah, so the other thing I was gonna say with the lockers that's really great is that they have like a code. And so when they go, they can just put in the code, get their item out. So it really creates this like efficiency. It's kind of like an Amazon locker. The other thing that we're seeing too is podcast studios, makerspace, which is great for the community. Another one, the private study rooms, is great for kids that want that private time that they can study, or even people that are working from home that, just need to get out of the house and want another place to go and work. Another thing in Belmont that Jennifer mentioned too is that outdoor learning space, which is really, really special and great, especially, on the Cape. And then having dedicated teen, tween, and children's room is another trend that we're seeing too.
So all of this to say is that working with your community is critical to the project's success. And so we've got a lot of experience. Amanda mentioned some of the other people, our CHA colleagues that you're not seeing here today, but we have some colleagues who really focus on community outreach. You can't get this project done without your community support, and really we see the library building committee as our liaison to the community. You know the town of Bourne. We don't know the town of Bourne. You're speaking as representatives of them. You also asked about projects where we've seen a challenge with potentially getting to vote, a yes vote. We want to highlight the town of Oxford. What you see up there, this is we worked with them on a DPW. So it's not a library, it was a DPW, but that was a project that the town they felt like they needed this project, but they didn't feel like they had the support at the vote. And so we assisted them with community engagement through a huge variety of methods. So that meant brochures like you see there, and brochures in multiple languages. So really getting the word out, but also we were at farmers markets getting the word out. We were at community meetings. We helped them in a process where they named some of the equipment that the DPW uses, sort of a contest to name different plows and things of that nature to get people excited for the project. And that project, they got to a yes vote. And so the answer, we don't have a playbook for this. The answer is going to be talking through and understanding what works best with your community. Where are the people in your community? Do you have a major event? Megan and I were recently with the town of Berkeley. They have a library project and they have a big event right at the beginning of December where they light all of their lighting on the town green. And so we were there on the night of the town green lighting, trying to get the word out about the library project because it was coming up for a vote. And so, there's all different methods of doing this, but we knew that was actually the busiest town event of the whole year. Everyone wants to see Santa Claus. And so, whatever that needs to be, but there's some examples here, websites that we've operated for different libraries to give information and that might be just in the design phase of the project, but also those typically continue through that. So, I'd urge you, if you're on the JV Fletcher library website, we're helping to participate with that and provide information on a weekly basis of what's happening with the construction. You can see that active. I'll share it with Megan.
Okay. So I'm just going to give you like a brief overview of our process. I know some of your questions were specific to closeout and commissioning. So I did want to mention that we obviously will work with the building committee as well as the town in really getting the facilities engaged early in the design process so that, when it comes to turnover and closeout, that it's not like they're not just getting dumped with some equipment and they're like, I have no idea how to use this. Another thing that we recommend in the closeout process is really making a video so that how to use the equipment and some of the training, and that will really enable, if there's transition, other people can come in and learn how to use the equipment as well. The first thing that we'll do is select the design team, and then move into design, selecting them and then through the design process. Then we'll work with you in pre-construction, going through constructability review. That's something that our team is really strong with because we do have architects and in-house experts that can review for like a third-party reviewer, and then select the contractor. And once you start in construction, there's a lot of quality control. We'll get into some more of our processes in a later slide to really see how we manage that. And then with closeout, we really, we're going to be there to help you with that process and make sure that the commissioning, everything is working and you've optimized all your systems at the end of the project.
And just to add to what Megan was saying, we really look at closeout at the beginning of the project. It's not an afterthought. It's an active way that we're managing the project, because there's a lot that comes at us collectively at the end of the project, and we want to stay organized throughout the project. So, you know, having that in the forefront of our mind as we're going through the design really helps us stay organized throughout the whole project, and then, you know, have a really smooth closeout process, because that's key, and it's not always the case. So we really do try to make that happen. You know, everyone's kind of tired, they have project fatigue. There's been ups and downs throughout the process. So we really try and make that as smooth as possible, and we're not scrambling to get the documentation. It's really a conscious effort to make sure it's smooth.
So as I mentioned, the first step is really with the designers. You'll see here, this is a list of all the architect teams that we've worked with. So we have a great experience with them, and we can really help this team decide on the best firm for the project. We start out with preparing the RFS, work with you to develop the scope, and then go through, you know, designer selection with interviews and the negotiation part of it. So all three of us are licensed architects. So, you know, even though we're on this side, the owner side, I think it really does help a lot, because we kind of know what to look for and making that
So we
selection.
know some of the holes that architects tend to miss, or whether it's intentional or not. I think one of the things with our team is we really feel like the design is such an important part of the construction. Some people in this field feel like, you know, once you get to construction, that's where it's all at. For me, you need to have a solid set of plans for a smooth process in the construction. Where we find challenges during construction is usually where there's holes in the drawings. So to Megan's point, you know, we've worked with a lot of these architects. We know their strengths and weaknesses, and we're able to help navigate that through the design process, and really make sure we have a good set of drawings, and push the architect where they need to be pushed, and challenge them where we know they need to be challenged, and hold them to task.
And I think one other feature about CHA, all of us are MCPPO certified, and I don't know if you're all familiar with that, but every one of the team members at CHA in our OPM group are MCPPO certified, which means that we've been trained in the procurement of it. So while we're all architects, and this is a great collection of architects, architects aren't mandated to have training in MCPPO and understand Massachusetts procurement. So that's another level of review we bring to the drawings, to say, you know, you go out to bid and you're dealing with a filed sub-bid structure. That is just how procurement works in Massachusetts. There are holes and gaps that we need to help protect the owner with. And so that's part of our review, is identifying, this is a weak point here. So when Amanda's talking about weak points, sometimes it is actually, this is not a great point of your design. It's a physical weak point in the building or something of that nature. But oftentimes it's also a weak point in how you're bidding, and the strength of your drawings, and the protections for you to own scope properly. And so that our training in MCPPO and understanding Chapter 149, Chapter 30, and then I don't know that this would be applicable to you, but also Chapter 149A, which is CM at risk. All of us have experience in that procurement method, as well as design and build.
I won't go into a lot of depth, but these are some of our project management tools that we use. The one that I did want to highlight is, and one that we really find super useful, is the product and delivery schedule. This allows us to really identify those long lead time items and get that on our schedule. And then it's not like we set it and we're done with it. When we have our OAC meetings, we're going over this, and we're making sure that everything is staying on schedule, especially with procuring long lead time items and other impacts to the project.
And at the Q&A, if we want to go back to any of these, we can, but just in the interest of moving forward. I want to speak a little bit about cost control. So obviously you have goals of what you want this library to achieve physically, the program that you want this library to achieve. You have a schedule for it, but also you have a budget. And so the cost management of this really falls squarely on the OPM to help manage that process. As Amanda mentioned, one of the benefits we have is a local estimating team in-house, quantity surveyors, as we talked about it. They understand that. We have built a database of 6 recently completed public libraries in the state of Massachusetts to understand every single line item of their budget, so that we can compare and contrast what we're seeing. The last 5 years, COVID brought a lot of things to our world. One of them was intense escalation. You know, I'm sure maybe all of you experienced, there was a point in time where you couldn't get a refrigerator. Appliances went crazy. But those things were exacerbated when you're talking about major pieces of mechanical equipment or elevators or things of that nature. We track those numbers. And so it really, the value that it's bringing to you is to help us understand at the beginning, you have a total project budget. You have a finite amount of money, and this committee is going to be judged upon how well that money is spent, that you're getting the most building you can at the right schedule. And then as things come up, did you plan for the inevitable that comes up as you're doing construction? So while we have a construction budget that gets built by the cost estimating team, be that our in-house or if another party is brought on board, we also, as the OPM, are charged with building your total project budget. So that's all the soft costs that go into the project. So that might be the design fees, the consultant, also the furniture, the security, the window treatments, all the things that aren't done by the contractor. And then factoring in things like your temporary facilities, your builder's risk insurance, and then also managing your contingencies. So then also throughout the entire life of the project, that budget is discussed on as Megan was talking about, the weekly OAC, the owner architect contractor meetings. That budget is discussed on a weekly basis. We're reviewing any change orders or additional costs that may come up to the project. We are tracking those. We're tracking every invoice so that typically with municipalities, we see that once a year you have to do your cash flow spending and you have to analyze your bonding capacity and when you're going to need those finances. And so we're building out a cash flow projection for your project within our project budget. And we've got a significant amount of library experience. So we're not just building these based on what is the public project. Yes, we have a great experience at CHA of public schools, police stations, fire stations, DPWs, but we also have a wealth of experience at public libraries. So we really understand the costs that are associated with a public library and why a temporary library facility is very different than a temporary police station facility.
So why CHA? I hope you've seen our passion about what we do. As we've discussed, we have extensive experience with this building type, and we're ready to work with the town of Bourne on this project and bring it to fruition for the community. So I'll open it up to questions at this point.
Okay. Tyler, we'll start with you.
All right. What do you guys do when you have skip delays and how to get back on track when it comes to just keeping everybody in order?
Yeah, so Jennifer, I'll pass that to you because I know you're experiencing that.
Yes, so the Westwood Library is under construction and it's been a harsh winter. We've all lived. And so we've had a series of mild winters, and this past winter has been really harsh, and that's when we're trying to install steel and pour slabs. And so, it starts in the design phase. You have to make sure that your project design documents and specifications own scheduling to the tools of a critical path schedule, monthly schedule review, and contingency planning with the schedule, and that you're requiring that the contractor provide all those things. These are things, this is public construction. If things aren't in your specs on day one, you didn't own them when they go out to bid. But those are the things that you need to make sure are bought correctly in your specifications. And then the schedule is oftentimes, it's one of the first topics in your weekly construction meetings. We've had projects where schedules get off track. You thought you could do something in a certain amount of time, you've had a delay in materials. We do have proactive tools. As we mentioned, risk registers.
I don't know if we need it.
Oh, I don't think we need that. And long lead time planning, as Megan was talking about, but we've also had projects that, we've had to accept a schedule delay. And so with that, you're going to build into your project impacts of liquidated damages. And so trying to understand what those are. Sometimes projects do lose schedule. It's a reality. But what's important in that instance is transparency and discussion for everyone. Those items can't be hidden from the building committee or then further to the select board or people in the town, that if a schedule has changed, that information, it's a challenging conversation, but it needs to be brought. And so we've had projects where we've had schedule interruptions, and we've worked with the contractor to try to figure out weekend work, third shift, when can you put more people in a job, what work can you do simultaneously versus sequentially. But sometimes we've had projects where through challenges, we couldn't improve the schedule back to the initial one. And it's our job to bring that forth to everyone for the transparency of your community. Your residents are paying for this building and want to use it. And so being forthright about when that's going to happen is also important.
And I think just to add a little bit on, the first step, and Jennifer kind of touched on this, is the recovery schedule. So owning that in the documents and working with the contractor for them to develop that recovery schedule, working together on how we can make that happen.
All right. Thank you. I think that's it.
Could you go into a little more detail about commissioning, what your process is? Which systems you particularly highlight? What other building components sort of need to be tracked very closely as construction to make sure that when all is said and done, they're performing and the warranties are good?
Yeah.
Be within a building.
So I can start with that, and if you guys want to jump in. So again, that starts in design, working with the commissioning agent. So getting the commissioning agent on board for that.
Do you have commissioning agents as part of your group, or do you hire a third party?
It's a third party. We do have commissioning agents with CHA that have worked on our projects, which has worked out well. But our advice to our owners is, you have to go to bid to get the commissioning agents, and CHA's team, if they're available, they'll typically bid on that. So working with the commissioning agents early on during the design, identifying the project, the products and equipment that will be commissioned. So obviously MEP is really a big one. Sometimes we will do commissioning on envelope commissioning as well. So, the facade, the envelope assembly, to make sure that all of that is working properly and working to specifications. So working with testing agencies, which again is kind of a third party piece that we help the owner procure the testing agencies, and understanding what, through the specifications, what's owned for testing. And then as the project is finished out, we kind of go through the construction where we're having the commissioning agent be part of that whole process. And then at the very end, making sure that those systems are working properly and working closely with that commissioning agent. I don't know if you guys want to add.
I wanted to add one thing to that. we highlighted our experience on the Cape. And one of the things that's unique about the Cape is that your Mass Save program is through the Cape Light Compact. We have a wealth of experience with them. And in particular, Tatiana, who runs all of the municipal projects for Cape Cod for the Cape Light Compact. And so that is another opportunity for commissioning that brings into the project where it's another party who can help some expertise of understanding the special challenges of municipal buildings on the Cape and the special challenges of energy usage on the Cape. We've got a wealth of experience. We're working with them on a number of projects right now, Cape and the Islands. All of the communities are on board with the Cape Light Compact. And one of the other benefits of that is that that is another potential grant program for you. So that is how the Mass Save program operates here. I don't know if you're all familiar with that with other projects, but that is an opportunity. We've had really great success of having that, they'll bring in commissioning to that process as well and getting another party to review our energy systems and look at that with the potential of giving you rebates and other features to your project. And that's another part of our process that we bring in. You really need to bring it in early design stages to get the best potential rebates available to you.
Another question. Have you ever, or maybe we'll go rogue someday with the committee. Has it ever happened to you? And what did you do to try and sort of rein them back in? And some on the same point, when do you advise us? When do you make recommendations? And when do you tell us what to do? Your feeling is fine.
Yes, and all the time. I think, working with committees, it can be challenging. I think for the committees, there's a lot of different personalities, a lot of different perspectives, and that's what makes the committees great. Mm-hmm. And, I think for the most part, we've had really, a lot of success with committees, but there are times that, things come to a blow. People aren't in agreement. But there's not one person making decisions. It is decisions by committee. And, a lot of times we're kind of mediators within groups. And if it does start to get heated, we're kind of the cool head to say, all right, let's take a break. Let's pause. Let's talk about this. Let's talk it through. And, we kind of act as that mediator because there's a lot of emotions. It's your community. You have certain feelings. It's your money. So there's a lot that happens there. One thing that Megan had touched on too are the tools in our toolbox. We have a RACI chart, which I don't know if you're familiar with RACI charts, but it assigns who's responsible, who's accountable, who's consulted, and who's informed. So who's responsible for making decisions? So it's clearly marked out who the decision makers are on for certain things, who's informed, who's consulted. To your question of, how do we advise you? We're constantly advising you. Whoever sort of is the point person or point people, we're in contact with our people on a daily basis on our projects. It's usually, one kind of point person from the committee that's charged with communicating with us on that regular basis, just so it kind of filters through. But we have had times where other people are reaching out to us and, somebody might be saying, well, I really feel this way about it. And another person saying this and another person saying that. And then we say like, okay, this is a democracy here. We need to understand who's making the decisions, how we're making the decisions. And then once we've established that, we kind of always go back to that when, sort of one person's kind of chirping like, all right, this is, a group decision. We're always advising, sharing the experience that we've had with you. My approach isn't to, and I don't think, our approach as a team is to tell you how to do things. We are here to advise you. And sometimes there's nuances to the community that you all know better. There's political ways things need to be handled and how messages need to be put out. And, we might be advising one way, but there might be something, a nuance that somebody feels, I think this is a better approach. And unless it's like, sort of like a nuclear explosion, we're gonna go along with that. We are gonna tell you too, when we think you're making a decision that's not the right decision, and we'll tell you why. And we'll talk that through and understand why you collectively might think that's the right decision. So, we're very open, we're very collaborative, and, you're not gonna hurt our feelings. We all went through architecture school, it's brutal. Your feelings go out the window at that point.
My question is specific to Westford, just because I'm familiar with it. What did you feel the community buy-in was? How much community engagement did you have to do there? Versus, I think we have an uphill battle.
Yep. So with Westford, we had a passionate library director, if you know Ellen.
I do well.
Ellen's very passionate. Ellen, she didn't ask for much for many years. And then they asked for $30 million. So, it was, but over the years, she sort of waited, until the opportunity for the project to get the grant funding, and then, that project. But we've had, various community efforts. They're still doing fundraising to this date. They just recently hit another fundraising target, a milestone, but it's not just, the town votes they made that vote a number of years ago. And, sometimes it's just great timing that politically, maybe it wouldn't have passed the vote today. There's other financial challenges in front of towns right now. Their project is going to expand their children's room greatly, and they didn't really have a teen area, and now they will have a dedicated teen area. Those are things that they're getting with this project, and their community is growing in those areas, so they're really serving a need. Ellen's very passionate, but we also had to go in front of zoning boards and a historic commission that wasn't always in support of everything we're doing. That library looks pretty modern. The front of the building looks very historic as an 1890s building. Marrying that was a really hard job of our architect in that, but we assisted them in front of that, the historic commission and many other local boards to get approval for that. And also challenges with the butters. There's plenty of challenges along the way, but part of that was just the luck of timing, perhaps a different economic climate 5 years ago when that project was funded.
Thank you.
Along those same lines, how do you handle that skeptical public? We have a unique situation here where we have two sides of the bridge, and we have a large number of residents who went to school in this building that are passionate about this building. And they're appalled when we're even discussing knocking it down. What's your approach to handling some of that?
Yeah, I think engaging the community and listening, and having those public outreaches and having the people be heard, and there's nuances to how it has to be, it's storytelling. It's the narrative that is being put out, but kind of ripping the Band-Aid off and saying we're tearing this building down and that's it. And, we don't care what you say. That's not the right approach. So really just listening to people, engaging them so that they're part of the process. There's probably always going to be people that are going to be, it's going to be tricky to get them to buy into it. But if you can get the majority to buy into it and understand what the challenges are, I think that will bring success to the vote and to having enough of the community support it.
How do you do that?
You do that by public meetings. You do that, at least this is what I would think. Again, you guys probably know the community better, but personally, I think having those public meetings, having design charrettes early on.
You help us coordinate that.
We help you coordinate that. We we attend those, we listen, you know, we're kind of another set of eyes and ears, and again, sort of that calming voice when things do get heated. And really just try and navigate that for you and for the community. And present how, you know, the pros really. I mean, there's probably not that many cons other than people are emotionally attached to the building. But, you know, I think just having that buy-in, and when we were talking about the Belmont project, taking pieces out that can kind of be reincorporated into the design, sometimes that helps people, you know, kind of in their heart, like, okay, well, I get it, I'm not happy, but they're saving this, or they're taking cues from the original design to create this new building that's going to be a better asset to the whole community. But really, just I think those public meetings, we do other public outreach things, as Jennifer mentioned, being at farmers markets, websites, you know, those are other strategies too. But I think in that case, I mean, I've dealt with it in my own community with the wing school. I don't know if you're familiar with the wing school that was torn down and turned into housing. My kids went to the wing school. My kids were getting displaced. Like, you know, I understand.
Well, there's a lot going on here. We have a nice one building that's going up for $25 million and the Shore and Harbor.
Yeah.
They're looking for a lot of
Project, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of conflicting
Yep.
things. And
Yep. Exactly.
we have an uphill climb, and public outreach is going to be key.
Yeah. And I think it's just getting that backing from the community and engaging as many people as possible and having them attend those meetings instead of just going on Facebook and complaining about them. You know, I mean, that's.
Gee, do people do this?
I think thinking of it like a PR strategy is really,
Yeah.
you know, we've seen PR strategies for a million things. The MLA conference last year, there were 3 communities who presented on the challenges of getting their library projects done in the town and how they got their outreach out there. And it was 3 different communities, very different approaches to it. There's a wealth of how libraries are doing this. You know, some people just see it like library, books. People aren't even using books anymore. We hear that all the time. You know, but we know how important they are to the community and all the different aspects. And so really educating people about all the different facets the libraries are giving to their communities. And I think that you can also learn a lot from some of your colleagues in other communities who recently went through library projects. And I don't know if anyone else was at that MLA conference last year. You happened to be in Falmouth, which was really handy for you. But there was presentations on that topic, and they can be there's some great resources and some other librarians who would love to share how they got the word out about the process and getting to a yes vote.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, I think you said you want us to tell you the best ways to reach the community?
Collaborate. It's more about, we have our tools and our suggestions. So I think what the initial step is for us to come to you and say, we've done it this way, we've done it this way. How do you think the best way for us to do it? And maybe it's a hybrid of the different tools and strategies we've used, but we would share with you the strategies that we've used and then have you, you know, tell us, like, I think this would work well. Or maybe you say, we have no idea. And we'll say, all right, well, let's try some things and let's see what sticks and how people respond to it.
What do you find makes a building committee high performing and especially productive?
Yeah.
So in some of the most successful building committees that we've worked with, and specific with libraries, but also with other building committees, I think at the very beginning of the project, you need to create a vision for what it is. And that means what is going to be, when tough decisions are going to come up, you have a roadmap and you go back to those decisions. So we've decided that these program elements are our most critical program elements. We may have to make compromises elsewhere, but this is what's most important to our community. This is our budget limit. These are the things that are musts. And then, there's always the need to have and the want to have, and coming up with those. Amanda talked about the RACI chart about responsibilities and who's doing what, but it is so much easier collectively as a building committee. If you have a shared vision of what that is your roadmap. When decisions have to be made, you can then go back and say, wow, we want both of these things. And how are we going to choose? And having those tools so that you can say, we agreed at the beginning, this was our most important value in the project. And we're going to use that to make the decisions later on, because there will have to be a series of decisions again and again. Something's not going to fit in the way that you thought it would. And, maybe this program has to move away from something else that seems really logical, or a zoning issue means you can't put something on the site where you wanted it to be. So you have to have a core belief that you can bring back to those decisions. And that's been a great tool for some of the most successful building committees we've worked with.
And one more, how have you been successful? What do you do for getting MBLC grants? Have you been successful in assisting with that?
So we've worked on a number, over 20 MBLC projects. So there was a recent grant round in 2024, and CHA is working with 5 of those awardees. There were 13 awarded in that, so we're working with 5 of them. We talked about the library budget tool that we have. The MBLC has a very specific way that they do their entire process. We're very familiar with it. We understand the timing of elements. Our budget tool is built entirely for the MBLC. We also do work with public schools, and so we have entire tools built for the MSBA, because these are organizations, you have to work with the way they work. We understand that you can't, you're not fighting uphill battles with these things. You have to work in their manner. We work very closely with Andrea and Heather, who are the library building consultants who are involved with every public library construction project. We know both of them very well. We are up to date on all the MBLC training and with all the procedures. If you do win an MBLC grant, there is monthly reporting. We assist with preparing those monthly reports, and also the way that the MBLC closes out projects. So we understand the whole MBLC process, and and trying to set you up for success with a grant process with them.
Yeah. Carla.
We haven't talked a lot about conflict and conflict resolution. So say that, the library building committee hates the design. Absolutely hates it. Can't believe that it came out that same way. How would you work as the OPM to resolve those kind of issues?
Yeah, we've had that happen with plenty of building committees and architects. And we try not to let it get too far. And I think also with the 3 of us being architects, we're hearing what you're saying. We're seeing how the architect is interpreting that. But we're far enough removed that we can, and I've done this plenty of times, that before, when I'm looking at the drawing, before it even goes to you, to the committee, I'll call the architect and be like, I don't know where he came up with this, but the committee said they want, gable roofs and shingles and corner boards, and you have flat roofs and, overhangs, and this is not, you are not hitting the mark here. And we've pushed for the architect to revisit those ideas. As far as conflict resolution, there's conflicts all the time within this process. And I think that's something that we have a real skill at doing. So, we don't want to be confrontational. We don't want to be pointing fingers at people. The architects think they're doing the best that they're doing early with the design. And, we're here to kind of be that other set of eyes and ears and help them be successful. You know, that's really the goal with every individual that is on the project team. We want a successful project. And if the architect is successful, you're successful. The contractor's successful, you're successful. You know, we're not looking to point fingers and get confrontational. I mean, sure, there's times on the construction site where, you know, we might get confrontational behind the scenes with the contractor because that's how they communicate. And, you know, we figure out how different people communicate, and we, you know, rise to that. You know, we come to their level of communication so that they are hearing and understanding what needs to be done.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else have any other ones? No?
So let me ask you this. Somewhat related, you have 3 architects, and sometimes we have a problem with architects. Being too architectural. Can you objectively see when that happens to say, no, it's not practical? We're architects, we get where you're going, let's be realistic.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I think sometimes too, you know, we have to, you know, we're advising the architect and we're advising you and saying, you know, I think, you know, there can be instances where we can say, well, you know, stay open-minded. I see where the architect's going with this. I think this is where you guys, you know, are heading and what you're going to want in the end, you know, it just for a small design exercise for something, but you need to be happy with where things are going. And that's what we're here to make sure happens.
For example, a conflict we see frequently in library design. Your main circulation desks or your youth services desks, these are important critical pieces. They're the hubs of these. Architects love to design, and they want to make a permanent structure. Like if they're designing the best desk in 2027, I can tell you it's not the best desk in 2032. And so, you know, there is a huge trend that many people who are not architects are pushing for modular furniture there, so that in 5-10 years, when all the technology, you know, technology is changing so rapidly, all the technology that's attached to that desk needs to be swapped out. You're not dealing with a permanently affixed desk. And so we're hearing that so frequently from library directors and librarians and all the staff. That's their touch point. And the architects are quite passionate about making the most gorgeous, like sculptural sexy boat of a desk that you've never seen before. And it's not functional. And so we're often in that. And, you know, I've been on the flip side. I have designed a circulation desk in more than one library. And it's like, you know, but you know that that's the push-pull that happens so frequently with libraries. And we are there to advocate for you and for the community. And in that instance, it's advocating for the staff to say, this is not the right long-term decision for this. You've got to go back. We're not accepting it. And sometimes if, you know, the architects don't want to hear what the library is saying, we know better. Let's show you 5,000 images of a great desk. No, we need this modular because in 5 years' time, our self-checkout equipment is going to be another thing that you've never seen before. That's going to change more rapidly than anything else in your library. And, you know, that's one example of something we see in libraries so frequently. You're nodding along. I feel like you know this.
I was head of technical services in one library, and it was in a new library, and it was designed without a sink.
Oh.
I was like, this person never worked in a library in technical services. How can you not have a sink in tech services? It's petty, but it was a touch point that was annoying.
Yeah.
It's a yin and yang between contractors and architects.
Have you ever had a budget go completely off the rails?
Not really. I mean, that's our job is to maintain the budget. So, you know, as we're designing, and so we establish the budget, we need to work, the design needs to work within that budget. And sometimes that can be a tricky thing for the committee, because when you say this is our budget, and then the architect is designing it, and you're like, but but where's the X and the Y and the Z? And the architect said, well, that's not in your budget. So, understanding what that means. We've also had instances where, we felt that we were the designer was designing to budget, and we do temperature checks along the way. So early, schematic design, do a cost estimate, make sure, all right, we're in the ballpark. So then move on to DD. Okay, nothing has changed drastically within the scope. Where it starts to get fuzzy if things start to change and programs is added and features are added and this is added. And that's where, we come in and say, listen, we're on schedule. If you're going to add, a memorial garden, we were planning for that. That's going to be additional if it's important to you and if you can raise the funds, but that's going to be additional. Or, just there's certain equipment that you hadn't planned for and some, great piece of new technology equipment for library comes out. Wow, we really want that. Well, it wasn't in the budget. We need to stay in the budget. So sometimes we're kind of the Debbie Downers of saying, no, can't have it. Wasn't in the budget. But let's also look at creative ways of maybe we can get something similar into the budget, and maybe we can, push the architect to think creatively and outside of the box. And we've done enough projects that we've seen how things have been done, so we bring that knowledge. But
I think building the total project budget very, very early on is so important because you're trying to identify every cost that you might have. And that total project budget, you may not be thinking like, what type of AV equipment am I really going to have? But you need to have your pool of money for it. And every time you're looking at the construction costs, you need to be validating against those other costs because all of it comes together collectively for the bottom line. I think also total project budget, it's got all the ways you're spending your money, but then it also is looking at all the ways you're bringing in money. How much are you getting from grants? How much are you getting from rebates? Your fundraising efforts should be going on throughout the entire process. And you're seeking grants and so forth, should be going on through the entire process. The Westford Library is well under construction and we're still assisting them with getting grants, if it's CPA funding or legislative grants and so forth. There's no need to stop doing that because every time you get something, it's just going to lessen the burden on your town's taxpayers. Though we have a full, we're bonded and funded for that. You're looking at both sides of that. It's all the ways you're spending and all the ways you're gathering the money and understanding how to balance all of that throughout the whole process so that if something comes in later on, Belmont added in an outdoor garden feature very, very late in the process. And they decided to try to seek a separate funding source from it. And they were able to do that. And they ended up running that as a sidebar project, not through the general contractor, because they already had been out to bid. And they realized that they could organize this and do it a separate pathway to get something that is a landscape element. But they really wanted that in their project, and it came to fruition late in the game. And so, the team collectively worked to accommodate for it. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we ask if you have a schedule for what your decision-making process is?
I would say that we are looking to, it's
possible
the committee.
Yeah, we'll deliberate tonight.
Today may or may not
Tuesday
Each the
chooses.
select board by May 12th.
Yeah, the earliest would be May 12th. Take a decision tonight, then we can have it on the agenda for Monday's meeting.
And the agenda.
Amend our select board agenda on Monday. Yeah. If not, May 12th.
Okay. I said May 12th, under promise of perform.
Well, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
She. Where do you?
Thank you all so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
One moment.
That's all. Yeah. Anybody need a quick break? We're good? Let's try it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think we can leave after this. As long as they. Yeah, I can tell it after that. You can just walk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And sit in the back. Right up there. So I feel like it's good.
Yeah.
Like that I teach. Like, boy.
Well, that's the first.
Okay, to give you the quick, while we're doing this, we're hoping for a 30-minute presentation and then 15 minutes Q&A, but depending on how you hold your answers around our question, they go a little,
We're gonna answer them all before we even get to the end.
there we go. Excellent.
We're very efficient.
You know, no, you make it up, right?
Give me 1 second to run on this. This is just traditional USB.
Yep.
You know,
Handle to the presentation, do you want it now or after? Like to take home with it? Do you rather see one and look at it at the same time, or it's easiest?
I would.
Yeah, okay. I hear everything.
Thank you.
All right.
Good to go.
Jump right in. Okay, go for it. Thank you for having us. We're Pomeroy Associates. Very happy to be here. We are already doing some work in town with Ice Home and the fire station. So we are familiar with your town and the ins and outs. So we're very excited to have another opportunity. Well, I'm going to let the rest of our team introduce ourselves as we get into this. We're not going to spend a lot of time really getting into too much of the company and too much about us. That's all in our package.
what we really wanted to focus on was the questions that you gave us before, and we'll go through those in our presentation. The reason for that is focusing on the questions more than, us telling you about all the great things we do. We want to get the conversation going. We want really to get to know us personally. We get to know you personally. This is a marriage for the next 4, 5, 6 years, so to speak, maybe sooner. But really, this boils down to you getting comfortable with the team that you're going to work with. This is going to be the team you'll work with from start to finish. We don't come in here and show you somebody and go away and bring somebody else in. This is the team you'll get from start to finish. So my name is Taylor McDonald. I'm a partner with Pomeroy Associates. Rick Pomeroy, to my left, he started Pomeroy Associates about 21, 22 years ago. So we're very happy to be doing this. We're one of the last smaller companies around that does this. We have 12 employees right now. And we love that. We focus our work on quality over quantity. We don't fill up our coffers with a number of projects, just have a number of projects to say we did X number of dollars a year. We only go after a certain number of projects a year. We have revolving wheels, we kind of call it, of number of projects in feasibility study, a number of projects in design, a number of projects in construction. And we do that because we don't 1099 our employees or bring on employees just for one or two projects. Our employees that we bring on are there for the long haul. So we like to think that we're creating a team and building that team, and that's what we've done over our 20-year process. So my first project that I ever did was a library, so it's kind of near and dear to my heart. I did the Mashpee Library in 2009. I think at that time I was 21 or 22 years old. So I've been an OPM and working in the OPM world for close to 20 years now myself. So it's really actually all I've done. Before that, I worked at a golf course. So I've literally only been doing this for my life's work. But enough about me. I'll let Alex talk about herself, introduce herself, and then we'll kind of get into some questions.
Yeah, I'm Alex Murphy. I'm project manager and operations leader. So on top of my normal project management duties of having my own projects, so oversee some of the company operations with our personnel and some of those things as well. I've been with Pomeroy now for almost 4 years now. And prior to Pomeroy, I actually worked in college athletics doing facilities and capital projects. So still somewhat construction related. But now that it transitioned a little bit more into the vertical building and the municipal side, I really enjoyed being with Pomeroy Associates. Like Taylor, my first real big project was the library project. I'm actually closing out Swansea Free Public Library right now. So again, near and dear to my heart to have, the opportunity for another library as well. So very kind of.
Good afternoon, or good evening, I guess it is. Rick Pomeroy. I am extremely proud of our team, our entire team, but I'm proud of Taylor and Alex in bringing them, presenting them to you today. We work really well together. All of our projects, we look at them as project management overlap. In other words, we're always going to have more than one project manager overlapping and working on your project. Taylor and I work on every project that goes through the company because we're principals of the company. I started working for a national real estate investment trust. I was in charge of all development financing for the largest in the world at the time, healthcare oriented. And when I started Pomeroy Associates, I really just wanted to go fishing. We had liquidated the company, and my wife said, "You have to get out of the house." And so I said, "I have no idea what I want to do." And she said, "Do what you do best." And so we started Pomeroy Associates in my basement, and we've grown from there very organically. We don't hire and fire. The only time we've lost people is when they've retired. And right now I'm really excited because we have a lot of younger employees coming in. And some of us older folks, are really excited about that because the energy that they bring. It's a very, very diverse group. And we're here today not only to present ourselves to you, but we're here to interview you. Because as Taylor said, it is a marriage and you really need to be comfortable with who you're aligning yourself with. And that's the most important concept. You have a very dynamic committee. I love the charge. We researched it. I love the group that you have together. I think it works really well and very diverse. which is exactly what you need for a committee. We'll talk a little bit about that as we move forward, but I will be the lead. Taylor will be the senior project manager, and Alice will be the project manager. And Alex and I just finished Swansea Public Library, great project. And so we'll probably talk a lot about that today, just because it's closest to us. But we do libraries, police stations, fire stations, lighthouse moves, lighthouse restorations. So we a little bit of everything, but our primary concentration is libraries and public safety facilities. So
Yeah, and we concentrate all of our work in Southeast Massachusetts. We have one project out in Southbridge that was the furthest we've actually ever gone.
So let me talk about that.
Yeah.
We've always said we want to be Cape and Islands, South Coast, South Shore. And I was on vacation, and we got asked to an interview in Southbridge. And I talked to Taylor about it. I said, yeah, we really want this. We really want this. And I said, okay, let's go for it. And we got it, of course. And they did a great job in the interview. But just so happens that I am the primary on that job, so I'm out there every single week. So we'll be done in September, so that'll be good. It's a great project, but it's a drive. And we feel that project managers should be as close to you as possible. Everybody's used to the virtual world, but when it comes to project management, you really need to be face to face. You can't. You need to see people in the eyes. You need to be able to trust them or not trust them, depending upon what they're saying. But you need to be able to look at them and feel it for yourself. So that's why we concentrate in this area. Taylor lives in Bridgewater. Alex lives in Bridgewater. We have 3 employees on the Cape, and everybody else is at South Shore area. So we're within 40 minutes of, you guys are half an hour away, I'm about 40 minutes away. And we think that's extremely important because you need your project manager to be in front of you, in front of the contractors, in front of the architects all the time. So
Yeah, we have somebody on Cape every single day. Somewhere on the Cape, that's where we concentrate all of our work, so.
And we have half an hour to present, and Taylor told me to keep my mouth.
Yeah, if he keeps going, actually. So just to quickly, on our library experience, I'll let Rick and Alice kind of talk about the black points there, but so far completed Swansea Free Public Library, Norwell Public Library, Edgartown, Mashpee, Brewster Ladies Library. We did some early schematic programming for it, ended up never going forward, but we have done some work there. Sandwich Public Library and Eldridge Public Library. You want to talk about?
Sure. The NBCL grant experience, every single project was an NBLC project, and I know you're considering that here. We carry it all the way through. We represent the traditional OPM services, the designer selection, the site analysis and selection, the temporary library facilities. Every single one of these was a temporary library, with exception for Edgartown. So we have a lot of experience in that, and we're doing that right now for the Chatham Center for Council on Aging. We're moving them out shortly and starting that project. Lead experience, cost estimating, and NBLC closeout. So we
have experience with all of those, and I think every library project includes each one of those elements. So. Next, we'd like to get into every single one of your questions. We have little bullets here to kind of help keep us on track, but we felt this would just be much easier than doing our, dog and pony show and you guys asking us questions after. So we'll go through them. And we'd like it to be a discussion too, as we're talking about something. If you feel you want to, ask a follow-up question, please do. We don't want to sit up here and talk the whole time. Engagement is good. It's good for everybody. So the first one, our approach to building public consensus for a project prior to town meeting or debt exclusion. First thing here is really just engaging the stakeholders early. Not only that, but making sure that the committee is all bought in on exactly what the goals and objectives are of that project. So the information that's going out is the same all the time. And because really what you get behind the 8 ball and trying to sell these projects is the wrong number comes out, or the wrong square footage comes out, or the wrong building plan comes out. So it's just making sure that information that is distributed is correct, is one of kind of our biggest things. Is, we don't like to hold our cards, too tight, but there has to be some of that going on when you're early on in the project, because you can't have false information get out there.
And that falls in line with controlling the press. Because I can't count on both hands how many times something has been misreported in the newspaper. So we have very close ties with the permission from our clients to communicate with the newspapers and the writers to make sure that they're portraying the project correctly. I'd like to give you one example. You've asked for the best way to win over a skeptical public, and that would be Brewster Fire Headquarters. A very, very tough project to get approved at town meeting. A lot of naysayers, a lot of skeptics. We conducted a number of public forums to sort of ferret out who was for and who was against. And the process was very successful. One of the biggest concerns was the doubters as to how big the facility needed to be. So we conducted public charrette sessions where we're sitting down with yellow trace and the building program, and we're allowing the public to see how the project was programmed and how the adjacencies worked and so on and so forth. We did it 2 Sundays in a row. It was extremely valuable. Then I held a Sunday coffee with all the naysayers. I didn't invite any of the positive voters. I just invited all the negative voters and had a coffee with them, and just wanted to hear what they had to say. And there's a lot of very valuable insight there. And once you get past the noise and hear exactly what they're saying, there's bits and pieces that you could use to your advantage, either for the project or in how you're selling the project. Nevertheless, at town meeting, we were still marginal. I was invited to speak, or I was asked to speak, but the public voted to not allow me to speak because I was not a resident. So we're sitting on the town meeting floor and listening to some of the naysayers, some of it went over, some had not, but listening to them speaking mistruths about the design of the project, but I couldn't answer them, and there was no one else there that was capable of answering to them. But we had a seed in the audience because we kind of felt this was going to happen, and so we had a seed in the audience who asked a question that only I could answer. So I was invited to the podium. I never left. So I got all my points across, the vote passed, and that was it. It also passed at the election, but we have to go to those great extents, that great extents on our project, and we will if we have to. So
we make sure, we control what the information that's coming out too. We keep on our website, you can go there and see, but there's the public updates for different projects, and all that information is information that we put together, that we run by the town, just to make sure, exactly what's going out. We don't let things just go out without us looking over them, or the committee looking over them. It's got to be a controlled point source for everything.
So say we have every Wednesday, there's free music at the park. Would your team come and talk to the public there?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've done public forums, we've done, if you're talking about public safety or something, touch a truck events we'll come to, or walkthroughs of different places. But yeah, we work on the weekends, we work at night, nothing you don't like to all the time, but things come up. If it's important to get the project passed, we will be there 100%. We have no qualms about
this is town meeting season.
Yeah.
In the last 2 weeks, I've been to 5 public forums over 2 projects. The last, we had one Saturday in Orleans at the fire station for that fire headquarters. And then the day before that, I was in Chatham for a lunch and learn for the Council on Aging. So we sat down, we had lunch with the public, and then we presented our project, and we were there for questions and answers. So it's important to make sure that not only your project manager, but your designer and design team is there as well. But that's the best way to get people to trust you.
Next question. Alex, you can jump in on this, but how do you communicate project updates? and emerging issues, to the building committee, town officials, and the public.
Yeah, so again, very fresh. I'm gonna talk about Swansea here. But first thing is regularly scheduled meetings and updates. So I actually did print some out, project update. So every month I do a project update. It's very high level, includes pictures, but it's something that can be distributed to the public. And it's also something that we put on our website, and the town could put on their website as well. I know Swansea put it on their website. It's worked very well. We've also used it as like a project update to the building committee too. They loved it so much. We continued doing it, and now I'm doing it on my Lakeville Fire Station project, and they love it too. Thanks, Taylor. So,
Can I just?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the project update, but on a monthly basis, there's also a budget update, a schedule update, change order log update, and issues update. So it's a full package. This is just the front end of that.
yes. Yeah, this is kind of like the cover page, I guess, to really our committee packages. And Rick, you kind of hit on it already. PCO log. Again, I do have a sample of that too.
We'll leave those at the end.
Yeah, we'll leave those at the end. But down the bottom here, maintain transparency. There's no surprises. Also in that update, I include what's upcoming and what could be upcoming. Again, at a high level, but if there's going to be issues, I have conversations early with the building committee chair, with the building committee. Hey, this is what we could see coming up. Really, you don't want there to be any surprises. You want communication both ways. And that's very important to a project and to us. And again, the second bullet there, flagging emerging issues early. Our team does a really good job in the field of, if there's an issue that we could foresee coming, of getting ahead of that, and working with the contractor, working with the design team, to try to rectify that before it becomes an even bigger issue.
Yeah, part of this is just making sure the path of communication is defined early. When something comes up on a project and we have an individual out there who's, monitoring the construction and sees it, that communication comes, right back to Rick or myself or Alex, whoever's the project manager on that, and then from there it goes to whoever your committee chair is, or your point person, or the town manager, depending on how, major the issue is. So it gets to the town right away. What we don't want to happen is, you're pumping gas somewhere and you hear somebody talk about an issue on a project that you're part of, and because it gets on a life of its own, right? So we make sure that as soon as something comes up, the town knows about it. And then what we also like to do, if we can right away, but give the town options. Here's what we need to do. Here are the steps to overcome this. Let you know what the process is next. Because sometimes things come up on projects, like everybody knows, it's construction. And we will walk you through that process.
Taylor?
Yes.
This comes out monthly, correct?
Yeah.
And who does this go to? The building committee?
Yep, goes to the building committee. So however the process is, but usually the building committee first. I know in Lakeville specifically, I give it to the building committee chair. She distributes it to the building committee, and she also puts it up publicly on the website. Yep.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. And then we also put it on our website too. So we'll have project updates for each of our projects monthly that are in construction.
And again, that's one component of the full update. There's
Yes.
so many more.
Yeah, I will. Okay, I'll leave it at the end. So
Yeah.
we can.
That's your high level cover page update that could go out to the public.
We just wanted to give you an idea of the type of reporting. Next question, maybe Rick, you can jump in on this. It's likely the building committee will be lobbied by stakeholders with different needs or desires. How do you help the committee sort through competing demands and balance various interests?
I think it's great, to be honest with you, because it could be considered somewhat of a pain, but at the same time, if you're getting feedback from your stakeholders, and there could be different feedback from different stakeholders to different committee members, I think that's excellent for the library and excellent for the community. The libraries are, they're built and designed around community inclusion and diversity. And making sure that you have that is making sure that everybody in the community is heard. And if you block that out, then they haven't been heard. So we like to hear all of those. It's one of those things. It's if something comes, if the committee members heard something where we have to have something special in the building, let's look at it. Let's look at whether it makes sense. Let's make sure that the community is heard. And again, that's why I had that coffee with all the naysayers. We love picking out all of those points to see what we can work with. Because the library is, and the MBLC stresses that as well. is making sure that the community, this library speaks for the community. Specific examples of committees, I think that's where we're, no, that was.
Yeah, you're going right to the point. That's fine. Yeah, I'll go right.
So from my perspective, feedback from your stakeholders means that they're interested in the project. And they deserve to be listened to.
I'll say this to number 4. It's not a very easy question to answer. What the best makeup of a building committee is. We've seen 100 different forms of it. But I think I would say this is, as long as you have individuals who are engaged for the good of the project, for the good of the library project, and don't have separate agendas, and that your group is focused on getting the project done for the library itself, you will have the best project you can possibly have. We've had issues on committees where people are on the committee with a separate agenda to, whatever it may be, right? But as long as you have a strong chairperson or a strong OPM that can help guide them through that, and you're answering things objectively and you're looking at things fairly and clearly, you won't have any issues with, with the committee. I think a good committee is just one that's engaged for the project itself. So, and I'm answering that as honestly as possible, because we've had some really big committees that it's almost impossible to manage what certain people want to do and how they want to get it done. So that's just kind of my feeling on it.
We had a project, very successful project that's complete, and we're in the phase 2 at another building in the town of Stoughton, and they had 22 committee members.
Yeah,
and none of them, and it was absolutely amazing. And the project, we spent a year, and we're going around and around and wasting a lot of time and a lot of money. And everybody was getting very frustrated because there couldn't be any decisions made, couldn't make any right decisions or right recommendations. I'll never forget it. I was in the backyard working one day, and the phone was ringing. My wife said, "It's for you." And I went in the house, and it was the chairman of the select board. And he goes, "You mind if I call you?" And I said, "Well, no, this is fine. What are you going to ask me?" And he goes, "Are we getting our money's worth?" And I said, "No." And he said, "How can you say that?" And I said, "Because we don't have a solution." And he said, "Well, why?" Because the committee's too large, and they can't make any decisions, and there's too many agendas, and so we're just spinning our wheels. And we've been doing this for a year. And he said, "What would you do?" I said, "I'd get rid of the whole committee and put the town manager as a chair, and put the department heads and the end user there, and get it done." So he said, "That's a pretty bold approach." And I said, "Well, the approach you have right now is just not working." And so he said, "Okay, we'll do that." And they did that. It was not a favorable decision, but he wanted that fire station built. And they blew it up, and the project got done. As soon as I read this question, I went back and looked at the town of Bourne's charge for the building committee. And I think that they've done a great job of identifying a very diverse group and bringing you folks on in different fields within the area. And I said, "This is great." We don't see that very often. As a matter of fact, what we'll see is a chair and a group of interested citizens, but not with a lot of diverse knowledge. And so I feel, from what I've seen here, and I've done a little research, and it looks like you've put together a really good group. So you should be commended for that.
Yeah, we're not saying blow up.
Yeah.
I get it anyway. I'm just gonna make one last.
It's our job to get the job done. And if we're getting roadblocked all the time, then we can't get our job done. So we spend as much time researching our clients as you may research us.
Just one last point on 4 there. Kind of go off what Rick was just saying, members rely on the data and OPM guidance to make informed decisions. So like we talked about, this is a marriage, and what is marriage built on? Trust and communication. So, to have the trust in us that we're professionals and we're not going to lead you in the wrong direction. A really successful committee trusts their OPM and their designer as well. Because we deal with this day in and day out, and we want to know that we have your best interests at heart.
Good point. How are we doing on time?
7:29. Excellent.
All right. Number 5, please describe your previous experience managing a library construction project, and specialized equipment, components, necessary for accessible library. You want to jump into it?
Yeah, we sort of already touched on this. Keep going. Okay, great.
You definitely did.
Have you ever been involved in a library temporary location? And then what are the biggest challenges with a temp location and how have you overcome them? The answer is yes. We've done this many times. For library specific, we did it in Mashpee, Swansea, Norwell, and Sandwich. That included, RFPs for a new location, move RFPs, storage, collection, storage collection.
So can I just ask, since we're jumping in this way, what were those temporary locations? Were they other town-owned buildings? Were they public buildings?
Yeah, Mashpee was in a strip mall. Swansea was in the basement of the library.
Basement of church.
Excuse me, yeah. Norwell was in a strip mall. And Sandwich was one of their own buildings that was unused.
Was this a recommendation that you made? Did you seek these sites or made recommendations to the committee?
We did a search first of town-owned properties. And once that was exhausted in all of those conditions, in Sandwich, we were able to find a town-owned property that we were able to use. But the other communities, we did a search of all town-owned properties. And when that didn't ferret out anything that was viable, we then did an RFQ. And we put together a performance specification that the property had to meet certain criteria. In Swansea, we did 3 RFQs. Until we found.
We just didn't get responses.
But that was, so it's an arduous process. The biggest challenge, there's 2 big challenges. One is finding the location, and 2 is getting, unfortunately, the library to understand that programming may have to be reduced a little bit depending upon what you find.
Depending on
if you speak to any of our librarians or directors of the library, it was an unbelievable experience because they got to really rethink how they were operating during that period of time. And in each case, the library was downsized. Some programming was halted, not much, and some was done at alternate locations. But we've had a couple of librarians, a couple of directors that said, we don't really want to move. and so it's been a very, I would say it's a positive experience, and it also gives you the opportunity to start downsizing in your collection if you need to. So it's part of the process, but this was Alex's first. And boy, she did an unbelievable job at Swansea. It was really
like Rick said, it was tough. We put out 3 RFPs, we didn't get responses, and through the building committee, somebody talked to the church that they ended up being at, and it worked out great. The church was a great landlord. They were glad to bring in the library. We ended up outfitting the space to make it work for the library. And then this, the other part of this is the move. The move is a big cumbersome thing. So again, we do the move RFP, and there's a lot of coordination with that. What percentage of your collection is going to go to the temporary space? What's going to go into storage? Organizing it, having a mover that understands moving libraries too is a big thing. It was an interesting process, but
it's a specialized process, and we do it for police and fire headquarters all the time, and that gets even more in depth because sometimes you're talking about a police station. Where do you put the prisoners in holding cells? And so it lets us kind of get a little creative. We like to do that stuff. We like to tackle those big ideas sometimes. So it's fun to us.
Yeah, it is fun. And finding the right mover too is critical.
It is anticipated current library structure will be demolished. Describe the experience with large demolition projects and redeveloping a previous site. Want to jump into that, Rick?
Yeah, sure. We've had a lot of demolition projects, and unfortunately, there's not a lot of land left. And so, having to demolish temporary facilities and building new in this spot, specifically, we didn't have in here, but Edgartown Elementary, we demolished that school for the library. Gidley School in Dartmouth, we demolished for the police station. The Abington DPW, the Rockland School, the Norwell Public Library was demolished as well, so we're very in tune to it. The key is trying to decide whether or not the demolition is part of the general contract or if we're doing it beforehand, because we can save some money if we do it beforehand. But the only way to do that is to be out early. And for existing operations, that's pretty difficult. So some projects we've been able to demolish outside of the general contract to avoid all of the profit and overhead that they're marking it up, and do it separately and provide a buildable site when the GC starts. So having those strategic discussions is part of the process.
Yeah, but the demo portion is something we do all the time in terms of abatement and hazardous surveys, and then of course, leaving the site buildable for the next contractor, and where one picks where one ends up and one picks up, making sure those match, so the scopes match. But we do it all.
Getting there.
We are. Describe your approach to leading a team, including the architects, design subs, contractor, subcontractors, and building committee. I love this question because I feel we are one of, if not the only OPM that fosters as much teamwork as we do. Everybody that has a seat at the table gets a voice in our meetings. I'm talking about job site meetings too, not committee meetings, but job meetings where sometimes you might be fighting something over with the contractor and the design team not getting along. We manage that process. And it's not to say that sometimes we don't have to slam our fists on the table and be strict about something, but we make sure everybody's treated fairly. We have contractors that follow our projects and only bid on our projects because we know we're the OPM. That relationship is fostered through that teamwork approach that we take with each one of our contractors, our architects. But again, it's just making sure that everybody's heard, everybody's treated fairly. And if it ultimately comes down to hard decisions that are made, you go back to the contract documents. What do the contract documents say? If that can't resolve the resolution, okay, what are the next steps here? And it's making sure that those hard conversations are had. Sometimes they're behind closed doors, but making sure that those are had to make sure that everybody feels that they are being heard and they're part of the process. Want to add anything?
Boy.
No, that was good.
No, it's good. But we control without being controlled. Like Taylor said, everybody has a voice, and once everybody realizes that, then the attitudes subside, the shields drop, and everyone just lays their cards out on the table, and we get jobs done. As Taylor said, we have a great reputation with the architects and the contractors, and we haven't had one project that's gone to litigation. We've had a lot that looked like they were going in that direction, but we've been able to negotiate out any issues and settle any issues on the job and move forward. So, yeah, we haven't had to, like I said, no litigation, no arbitration, no project with liquidated damages.
I'll give you a for instance on one of the projects I'm working on now. We've been dealing with a soils issue and ownership of soils contaminated somewhat in some areas and how it's leaving the site. And were the contract documents 100% correct in how they dealt with the soils? And we did feel there is a gray area in what the architect specified and what the general contractor bid on. And we've been working through this over the months. And at one point, the general contractor said this could be an extra $200,000. Then it jumped up to an extra $500,000. And last week, it's now this could be another $1 million. All through that process, we have engaged town council just to listen and understand what's going on, but no claims have been made. So it never actually has gone the legal route. But after we heard that $1 million number, I sat the committee down and I said, look, if you want this to go away completely, this is what we need to do. Because if we don't, it's going to end up in a middle ground. You'll end up paying $500,000 of the $1 million because everybody's going to lose once the lawyers come in. Everybody's getting a fee. I said, what we need to do is we need to find a place in town that these soils can go to. If they can go to a specific spot in town that you may use them in the future to cap a landfill, or you may use on other projects. If we can get the design team to agree that they're not contaminated, that they can go somewhere in town, then that we need to do that. I just got word today that that is the case. They found a place to put them. And I spoke with the general contractor yesterday. He said, if you find a place to put these soils, the change order is 100% off the table. So it's things like that of just trying to come up with any potential solution, looking at everything. Nothing's off the table when you're dealing with some of these issues. So it's that team approach of being able to pick up the phone and call the contractor and say, hey, this is the issue I have. I don't agree with you 100%, but if I can do this, do we have a deal? And luckily enough, it worked out here. So
We see time and time again, not on our projects, but we see time and time again where the community, building committee, town administrator, town manager, town council are not involved with those types of discussions. And it's our belief that they should be involved from day one. There should be no backroom deals, no handshakes, no you do this for me, I'll do that for you, because it never works out and it always pops up at a later date. So they were advised day one on the issues here and told, we'll take care of, we'll work it through, we'll keep you up to speed, but we're just letting you know what's going on here. And because of that, Taylor was given the freedom to work and negotiate through that on behalf of the client, but the client was fully aware the whole time. We see like time and time again where OPMs will try to negotiate out deals where nobody knows what's going on. And somebody gets unhappy and before you know it all blows up. So we're firm believers in everything is right out on the table.
next one, describe your approach to commissioning. How do you ensure that a project is fully ready to be turned over? The town is prepared to receive it. How are those documents, warranties, and manuals turned over? Alex, you're working on this now, and I have a turnover action log. I'll give everybody at the end too that helps with this.
Yeah, so just to go through the bullet points quickly, action logs. So we start action logs right at the beginning of our design meetings. We start with specific tasks that each, whether it's the designer or the OPM or the town, we start that right away just to hold people accountable. We put dates on them, deadlines, keeps people on track and on task. Checklists to go along with punch lists. Again, Taylor just mentioned, I actually put together a closeout checklist for Swansea where I took the spec and I actually made a checklist of, okay, you need this O&M, you need this warranty for this division. It's 6 pages long. It's pretty extensive, but it's something that at the end you have a checklist. I check it through with what the general contractor has given to the town. Okay, is everything in here? And it worked out really well for Swansea. And then, boils down to the specs, exactly what the contractor owns. Again, talked about how I went through the spec and did that checklist. Commissioning, third-party commissioning. Again, we deal with the RFP for that. We get the commissioning on board, and commissioning's a process that happens, right from the start of construction, but then also making sure at the end that the systems are performing as intended as part of that commissioning through the project. Training is required in all the projects that I've had and different specs, whether it's, training on lighting controls, how the HVAC works, just to name a couple. But again, that's something that's accounted for in the checklist that I have. And then holding parties accountable. On this checklist, it's okay, who's responsible? Is the general contractor responsible? Is the commissioning agent? Is it the designer? So it gets pretty in-depth, but having that checklist keeps everybody accountable and keeps myself in check to make sure that everybody's on track.
Yeah, one of the things we've been doing recently, and if we don't get hired, you could steal this, but is we've been asking in the specs for a 2-year warranty instead of a 1-year warranty from the subs and the general contractor. And the biggest one to that is the HVAC contractor. We're in New England. It seems like every single project there's issues with the HVAC system, and in just 1 year of heating and cooling isn't enough to understand the system. Even with commissioning, there's issues. So we've been putting 2 years into the spec. We haven't noticed any cost increase or anything. Some general contractors don't even see it because they assume it's 1. So just something to think about, as you move forward there. I think it's a great thing to incorporate to the project.
It's a pleasure to watch Alex work in job meetings.
You can do 3.
Commissioning or from data delivery? 'Cause I've seen them where it was delivered a year and a half before it was ever installed.
Data commissioning, yeah.
The warranty was already gone.
Yeah.
Right. And that has to be enforced. It's the date that it's accepted, not the date that it was installed.
Yeah, sometimes they turn it on for 10 feet or something like that in some certain. No.
Oh, let's talk about 30B in chapter 149. It's what we do day to day. We're constantly working with our clients, and I think one of our biggest hurdles is getting our building committees to understand what we have to live with as far as chapter 149 and 30B procurement, and what we can do day in and day out. Because so many people are just so used to going to the store and buying something. Can't do that. So everything we have to follow the procurement laws, even for our equipment and our furniture and our AV and security systems. Everything has to follow the procurement laws. We're very in tune with it.
Yeah.
We do it on a daily basis, like all of you, have to be experts.
We've all been through the MCPPO training. We coordinate with the town's procurement officer and, legal team if needed, but, we do it every single day.
So one last thing here, the owner supplied equipment. Just because it says owner supplied doesn't mean it's the owner's responsibility. It's our responsibility to procure it, identify it, and help procure it. It's supplied by the owner because the owner's paying for it, but it still falls within our responsibility. We've seen so many projects where, we talk with other communities, and the town administrator or manager is completely frustrated because they're out procuring all of these components for the facility. And I'm saying, why isn't your OPM doing that? If that's what their job is. So we handle it soup to nuts. Give us an example of that. What kind of a material? Well, say furniture. Especially in a library, it's so complicated because if we're doing a fire station, we could call up WB Mason and get a quote from them to cover everything in a second. Or an office building, what have you. But a library has so many different vendors that are going to be supplying the comfortable chairs,
Metal shelving.
So many different components of it. So it has to be broken up, and there could be 10 different suppliers and 10 different procurement packages just for the furnishings. Some of it's eligible through the MBLC grant, some of it's not eligible, so you have to divide all of that up, divide and conquer. So it's not as simple as just pushing a button and getting the material. It has to be specified, colors have to be identified, the fabrics, and then you can get your proposals. Then you have to compare the proposals and go with, the most applicable. But it's a nightmare. It really is.
Libraries are actually probably the most complex when it comes to that furniture and shelving and stacks. And
then you've got all of your networking, all of your security components, your computer components, copiers, all of those things. They all fall into the FF&E component. It's a lot.
Next, we'll continue to march through here. Strategies you use to control cost while not sacrificing the long-term function of the library. I'll hit that, maybe the early part of budget development, and then maybe Alex and Rick, you can jump in as well. But I'd say when we're developing the budget, after the feasibility study's been done, I know you've already done that, maybe there's another one that's done, but after that is done, we take that number from feasibility study, and then we input our soft costs. So what the design team is going to have in there for costs, the OPM, furniture, any AV, really anything, and obviously contingency. We build that budget from that number that the design team gave you, or where that construction cost comes from. Now, as that moves forward into schematic design, the designer then works forward into schematic design. We do a schematic design estimate, or the design team does a schematic design estimate. We then include a third-party estimate. We use PM&C. We do not do in-house cost estimating, and we do not for a reason, because we are not professional estimators. No OPM is. So we hire a company, PM&C, that does professional cost estimating every single day of the week. That's all they do. And so our third-party estimator then puts their estimate up against the design team's estimate, and then we reconcile that. We make sure we're on track. Then that may happen again, usually happens again at DD, design development, before it goes out to bid, probably not so much at that point. But at least 2 independent cost estimates are done in order to make sure you're on track for that. Now, if you get to a certain point of the project and you realize that the costs are getting too high, we do go through that value engineering process, as it's called. But before we look at removing square footage, we're looking at ways that you can save money without affecting durability or long-term, what we want to do is focus on elements in the building that are durable and are going to last, and are there other options? Are there other ways to do it and achieve the same thing? So it's not wholesale value engineering where we're cutting out, major components of the library. We kind of call it like a soft value engineering to start. What's the low hanging fruit that we can kind of point to and find ways to save the project?
One of the biggest issues that we run into with municipal facilities is capital improvements, and the need for capital improvements 5, 10, 15 years down the road. So we're trying to identify materials that are going to help avoid that and present those options to the client. Something like a life cycle cost analysis. So you're going to hear options for different types of exterior skins, options for different types of interior finishes, and understand, what's the anticipated longevity of this material as compared to the cost. A terrazzo floor is going to last for 50, 100 years, right? But it's going to cost you, probably more than you think you can afford right now, as compared to an LVT floor. But we go through those exercises so you can understand how your price is built, how the facility is built. Another component of that is the life cycle cost analysis for the mechanical systems. We're going to require the mechanical engineers to present at least 3 to 4 options for mechanical systems and how the facility runs, all electric, net zero, those types of things, and it's part of the process. I think we're starting to lose you guys. I'm sorry. You've been through that.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm saying
I-
the
I-
report. No, it's right. Like, so,
Notes. So
no, oh.
Do you have one more? Or we have?
No.
Oh, we can take
Last but best. That's perfect. Next one, have you experienced the projects that were funded through the MBLC grant process? If Bourne was to pursue future grants, how would you approach this process?
Want me to take this one? You got it. We both do it.
Yeah, I think that, go ahead, and then I'll
Well,
just.
the answer is yes, we are familiar with the MBLC, what they require. Again, I turn back to Swansea, which was an MBLC grant. I'm very familiar with the grant portal that they use, the monthly construction report. So again, I gave you my monthly, building committee update. I also have to submit a construction report, which does include some of this update, but it also includes the financials in it. And it gets pretty detailed. Then they want it down to the penny. So it's a great process, but it needs to be very focused with that. One of the things that, was interesting, if Bourne was to pursue the future grants, how would you approach the process differently? And we kind of talked about this, we probably wouldn't approach the process much differently, but I think one of the important things is to have a designer that's familiar with the MBLC requirements. So if you were to go that route, they already know what the MBLC is looking for. So you're already, starting to go that direction and then can have that. Rick, I think you could talk about how you're an MBLC reviewer as well.
Making that decision is important, and the sooner you can make it, the better. But if it's going to be delayed, what you want to make sure is that your design elements are in tune with what the MBLC is looking for. And they have very specifics. So as Alex had mentioned, having a designer on board who has MBLC experience is very important. I'm going to double down on that though, because I'm actually a level of design reviewer for the MBLC. So I review the grant applications for this last round, and I'm provided the evaluation monitoring. It's a very lengthy and involved process, but I was honored to be asked because they understand my knowledge of libraries and the MBLC. If we were lucky enough to get this project, I would just have to recuse myself from reviewing of your grant application. And I may not do the next round, who knows, but I felt it was, I saw, we just finished it this January. It was a great experience. It was the first time for me, but I've been through a number of design reviews with the MBLC, so I think that's facilitated that request. But aligning your project with where the MBLC wants is going to be important. Even if you don't go that route, the design points that they utilize are very valuable.
Okay, I have a couple of questions on this one. Do you help with actually writing the grant and applying for the grant?
Yes.
What about other grants, green buildings, LEED certification, any little thing that might be out there? Are you familiar with other options, and how do you bring that up? Or
yeah, we have three of our libraries are LEED certified silver, and so the technology is changing every single day, and we can't keep up with it. So having an engineer on board that's going to guide us through that is going to be very valuable. And we do assist with the grant application. But what we see most communities doing is engaging with a professional grant writer to help with and there's a couple of very good ones out there that are pretty much in tune with Massachusetts libraries, because there's so many nuances to it. We find, our involvement is supporting the process, but we did that we did not do that for Swansea because that was already underway, but we did it for all of our other libraries.
And then other more like local grant opportunities, like we work with Cape Light Compact all the time. We facilitate all of that. There's no special grant writer needed for any of that, or any local utility companies. So that those sort of grants or opportunities for cost savings, we engage and we go through that process.
I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you said green opportunities.
I did.
I think you did both. Yeah.
Okay. We did. Green and great. A green grant.
Green grant, exactly.
13, can you tell us about a project you've experienced, different kinds of schedule delays and strategies that you use to make up this time? I'll talk about probably that same soils project that's going on as well. It was a 2-phase project. So phase 1 was supposed to be completed before phase 2. What happened was when we were in phase 1, we found an old dump that the town had been using probably about 50, 60 years ago. No one knew about it. It was actually on a neighbor's property that the town took over the house before we started construction. So we were never able to do any test pits or anything out there, but there was 30-year-old oak trees on this property. So anybody would just assume that everything was probably okay over there on somebody else's property. Anywho, as we went to go develop that site, we found a dump with, cobs, tires, animals, everything you can imagine, because they used to use, take roadkill there back, 60 years ago. So that project got majorly delayed. And so we had 2 different contractors. We had one contractor working on phase 1, because what we had to do was get everything completed phase 1 so that the DPW could move out, and we could get phase 2 started. Well, that wasn't able to happen. And by the time we had bid phase 2, both contractors were on site at the same time. And because we were being told one thing from one contractor, they just weren't able to catch up, and it kept compounding itself. So when phase 2 contractor came on, luckily it was a contractor that we had worked with a number of times. They agreed to kind of doing a slow start in construction on the site so that they weren't bogged down by any of the stuff that phase 1 was doing. What they agreed to do was, look, hey, we'll come in, we'll get all of our submittals done. We'll get all of our products. We'll have everything ready to hit the ground running so that we don't have to do any paperwork when we get started. Everything is just flow and go. So that we agreed to that. We were able to get phase 1 kind of back away from the phase 2 work. Phase 2 started about 2 months late. They're now catching up ground because of the work that we did to get them ahead of the submittal process and the paperwork side of things. So now both contractors ended up working on the site for about 2 months. Phase 1 contractor is gone now. Phase 2 is in there by himself. But so a lot of coordination, had to take place kind of with both of those at the same time. I think ultimately phase 2 will come back on schedule. They might finish a little bit late, but nothing major as we were kind of looking down the scope of a gun when it all, first started. So that was a great one.
I'm going to give one more example. That was a startup in Southbridge, middle of construction. Right after this winter, the contractor out there submitted a change order for a 2-month schedule extension. And we've been, hounding them for most of the winter. Granted, this was the worst winter we've experienced in a very long time. And their stage in the project was a difficult part, so the weather affected them. However, it's their winter protection and winter conditions are completely under their control. And our first reaction to that was we rejected it. And we said, we'd be more than willing to sit down with you, but you need to produce a makeup schedule that shows us that you have tried, rather than just giving you an extension. You have to try to make up those days as best as possible. And we said, we'd be more than glad to sit down with you and strategize on how to maybe think about sequencing your project a little bit differently and with your subs, and maybe we can make up some time. So myself, our site project manager, Larry, and the contractor sat down for a whole day and just mapped out and looked at their schedule very deeply and looked at switching things around a little bit as far as phasing. And, actually Larry had come up with it. The contractor said, geez, maybe I can do that. And so they went back and looked at it. It turned 8 weeks of delay into 3 weeks of delay. And once they got into rhythm, they're now down, they have a week and a half off their substantial completion date. So, a lot of people would just say, okay, fine, you had a bad winter, you had a couple of mishaps, okay, let's give them the extension. But when you give them an extension, that just means that there's more costs on the owner, for the architect to service the project, and the temporary facility that you're renting. If you have equipment or you have furniture that you're expecting to be delivered, you have to put it in storage. You have so many different, by extending the schedule. So we're nearly back on schedule now, and actually the contractors they're not bumping into each other anymore, and they're actually working in unison, and so there's a much better attitude on this job site. So we do whatever we can to make sure that we get to a point where everybody's working in harmony.
Couple more. Still good on time?
Yep.
Yeah. Since we're managing change orders, I want to jump in a little bit on that?
Yeah, sure. So again, talked about the PCO log and the tracking. That becomes critical, just where we're at with different change orders. But I think the important thing of this is going through the documentation and the justification for all changes. So every PCO that comes through, not only does the project manager go through it, but I go through it with the on-site project manager. We also go through it with the design team and the engineers to make sure that the costs are fair and that, this change is justified. We're pretty thorough in it. Especially, again, as Rick said, if there's any sort of time delay that's associated with it as well. But I would say that's one of the things that our team is really good at, is going through these potential change orders and making sure there's justification for all of that.
Yeah, everything's gone through with a fine tooth comb.
Yeah.
We kick back change orders all the time for, even insignificant things sometimes. But, I think you have to set the expectation too at the beginning of the project. There will be changes. It's a construction project. Things happen. That's what you have a contingency for. And it's up to your project team to help you understand if it's really worth the contingency spending that money on. Sometimes there's upgrades. So we classify all of our change orders into either an owner upgrade, an unforeseen condition, or a designer change. We track those throughout the project. So at the end of the project, you have a complete listing and a percentage based off the amount of per construction of what each category has spent. Honestly, most of our construction projects, the owner upgrades tend to be the largest if you manage the project correctly and you have a good contingency at the end of the project and you're able to add value added back things into the project. Usually that's the time to do so. Not saying spend all the money. But usually that's what you see. But we hold the architect accountable for that. They see on that list what their design changes are. They know what that percentage of design changes are. And if there's anything that ever comes up that is a major miss, something that they should have absolutely had, that's tabled. And it's at the end of the project, it might be a discussion that, hey, you're going to have to pony up for this because this is not something that is just an everyday, issue with the drawings. This is a major miss. This is something that we discussed or you should have coordinated. But we've gone back to design teams and they've paid for things that they should have caught. Now, I'd say it's a fine line you're walking when you get into that because design teams have errors and omissions insurance, and there's up to a certain percentage that'll pay for. But you're usually able to talk through it based on the sort of change that comes up.
What if you can't talk it through? How are those conflicts resolved?
I don't know that I've ever had one that wasn't able to be talked through, to be honest.
Great answer there. But the first, when a change order comes through, the first thing we have to look at is what does the contract say? What does the specification say? What does the drawing say? And if the change order is an unforeseen condition or there's a mistake in the drawings, it's pretty clear. And so it's our first job is to make sure it's truly a change order. Because we have so many times where contractors are coming up saying, I don't own that. Okay, well, what does the contract say? It all boils back to the quality of the documents and the quality of the contract. So that's where we start. And then once we've sorted out whether it's a designer miss, an unforeseen condition, or an owner upgrade, that's really the only three categories it can be. We've had, as Taylor said, we had a situation where the town manager was so upset with the architect because they had offered to compensate the town some additional services in the future for an error that they had made. And the town manager was so upset with them. He said, no, I want that architect to walk into my office with a check. And I said, okay, very good. And so they walked in with a check and put it on the table. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was a principle behind it. So we tracked that because there are going to be design errors. There are going to be unforeseen conditions. There are going to be owner upgrades. But the idea is to track them and make sure that you get a fair pricing for it.
I'm going to pause you right there just for time. Does anybody have any questions that they felt weren't asked, answered, so that we can use that?
Can I just break one point that I had brought up previously in talking about? You've got two other projects in Bourne. Should I be concerned with that or should I be happy with it?
Yeah, do you foresee points of conflict?
No, we wouldn't have submitted if there was a point of conflict. The team, Alex is not involved with any of the other projects. I'm involved with the other, and Taylor is, but we also have Chris George, who is responsible for one project, and we have Jeff Shelkey, who's responsible for another project. So we have individuals that are acting in the same position as Alex is acting in, and then Taylor and I are overseeing those. So from our perspective, it makes it actually easier for us because we're here in town.
I think each one of those projects too is in separate or different phases. This is this is very early on, meaning that by the time this one hits construction, those other projects will be done. So it's part of that cycle that I talked about before. I feel it actually helps us a lot. We're already in town. We like to kind of have that synergy. We know who the players are. It helps a lot when you actually start to get into the process of knowing who to talk to and knowing how to get things done, working with the water district, working with local utility companies, whoever it may be. You start to make those relationships. But yeah, I think the biggest difference is the fact that they're all in different stages. So they all require a different type of management.
That's a good one.
Okay, do you want to do a recap since we're gonna skip the last two?
Recap.
I just saw the last page, so I didn't wanna.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I forgot I even.
I was previously in sales, you know, I
Yeah.
couldn't like leave without it.
We got to finish on those then.
Yeah, we thought I hit on it.
I think we did. But yes, proven results. You're working with leadership. You're working with people that have stake in our company, in our well-being, with Rick and I. Trustworthiness, I would tell you to speak to any one of the clients that we work with, and get their take on us and how we do business and the types of people that we are. Because once we start working a project, it becomes, our project as well. We make that connection with the committee that we're with. Diverse experience, again, you've seen that in our proposals. Company size, we love being a small company. It lets us be a little bit more mobile, and we're not worried about a bottom line. We get hired to fix the projects of larger companies all the time. We come in and make them right. And that's just the truth. We're enthusiastic and creative. We love solving problems. I hope you heard some of that tonight. We get involved with large scale engineering projects like moving the Gay Head Lighthouse, down to I just installed a transfer station shed in West Bridgewater. So, but we love it all. It's a little bit of different things. So it's fun, and we're available right away for this project. Like I said, I see it as a plus that we're already working in town. Hopefully you see that too, but we wouldn't have submitted if we couldn't have done it. We've been asked to come to interviews, and we've gotten a project right before that interview, and we've declined to go to the interview because we know that we wouldn't be able to service the project. So that's the type of management that we look for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I want to stress the importance of ownership being involved, because we are competing with big companies, and I'll never forget when we lost the fire headquarters project in Hingham to one of our competitors with 2,000 plus employees. And the reason that they went with the other company was they had a relationship with the project manager who the firm submitted with this project manager, and they had a relationship with her. And so they chose that firm because of that project manager. 3 months later, she was gone. So that's what happens with the big companies, unfortunately. But you're dealing with Taylor and I. We're always here. We're always answering, and of course Alex. But from an ownership perspective, we're here. We're always responsible. We're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
This was fun. Appreciate it. I do have a little more paper.
What? Part of the green initiative?
Yeah. I gotta get rid of it. No, but I think whether you look at it or not, it's helpful. This is probably that closeout action log that Alex was speaking to.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything is Swansea just because it was at the top of our inbox. So.
See, this isn't gonna work. You gotta.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. I know. Usually we print it on 11 by 17 for these, but I got
my glasses.
And this is a copy of our change order log. It's very early in the project that the change order log is from, so there isn't, too much.
It gives you an example of kind of how we track it,
Exactly.
and, different methods that we use for reporting.
Thank you.
Thanks.
How long will you be taking to make a decision?
Page 12.
As well.
May 12th?
So we'll have a meeting in between now and May 12th. And May 12th is when we'll make the recommendation to the select board. And then the select board obviously has to vote.
Excellent.
So their next regularly scheduled meeting.
So we're scheduled for May 4th, it's our town meeting. We meet right before town meeting. However, I think May 12th is probably a more realistic date for final decisions.
Well, if you have any questions at all, please reach out. We're there for you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good luck. Thanks. Can I just steal my plum grass?
Long day.
Okay.
Well, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Was once foreman of a jury, and let's see where we are. Got 3 days ahead of us, 20 minutes.
Temperature check, see if we can figure out something tonight, if we can be.
Yeah. We have don't we have a meeting May?
Next Wednesday. But if we know we're not gonna be.
May 6th.
Yeah, let's not get too far into it. Temperature check, see how everybody's thinking.
And I don't have to review everything that I wrote.
Well, that was interesting.
Yeah.
That's good.
I think, at least for me, like, some of the companies that I thought first didn't turn out to be what I thought they would be.
Right.
Yes, I sort of reshuffled mine.
Yep,
Some of
definitely. Me too.
this. I'm surprised none of them sat in on the others meeting, which they could have done, correct?
Yes, public meeting.
Oh, just.
They could have watched it in
It's
the.
not,
Question
yeah,
for-
it's professional courtesy that you don't.
Are we
That's
still
not to say
being?
they didn't hear any of the conversation
sure.
in a way, but,
Still do.
I changed my mind.
Yeah.
So do we want to deliberate? Should we?
I was just gonna say, can we I just like ran up to turn the lights off and stuff.
Okay.
Um,
Then.
5-minute break.
Yeah.
Sure.
No one else wants a break. Never mind.
Yeah.
I just, I'm trying to lock the building and.
I didn't expect for me to leave here until 9 o'clock. I know.
Hi.
It's not. Oops, had a cup of coffee. I still got some juice
Yeah,
left in it.
maybe. How concerned.
Yeah, there is more snacks. So,
I'll spend all night here.
All right.
Just to get one.
Somebody locked on the library at night.
there's like minutes to see it.
Right.
Maybe it was the music.
Henry,
Yeah.
often, it's an OPM.
Or on, when it's on construction site? So they'll have a site manager
Every day.
and that site manager will be there. If not every day, pretty
He's working for the OPM.
yes,
He'll be there every day, all day.
usually, yeah.
Yeah, he should be out taking pictures of things, making sure this gets done and then something shows up that it's
I
right.
didn't want to ask. Well, my question was, how often is
Just being like,
there's no OPM workers?
What was the answer?
That the
You'll have a
OPM,
site manager,
I'll have a site manager.
but I'm guessing that is the manage.
Yeah.
One thing she was.
Well, she's gonna be the OPM.
Definitely
Project
in one
manager.
thing. Yeah, she'll act as project manager. I don't know if she's project manager / site manager when it comes under construction, or if she's project manager and.
She was project manager and the problem was the,
Yes, I doubt that she personally is gonna spend all that time on it.
But Greg was OPM for the, Cape Cod Healthcare Tower project. And he only was there once a week. but they had a site manager there every day in the trailer. And
Probably be everyone.
in the beginning, they had a lot of meetings, more than once a week, but then towards the end, it was like once a week.
Who's that?
I was just talking about like Cape Cod Healthcare. That project came in at like 100 and, it was on about 160 million, said there.
Okay, building's locked. No looking back. No boogeymen coming in. Books.
Right,
Just the ghost.
right.
Do people feel comfortable talking? Do we want to go to a first round vote? A first round poll to see?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
I think it's great.
We'll
Okay.
see how far we go.
Poll. Okay. Straw poll, start. Carla.
I'm still like Pomeroy.
I think so, too.
Four.
Pomeroy, but surprisingly, P3 would be my second choice.
P3 was my first choice all along.
P3 would be my last choice.
What made you say that?
I think you get Dan.
Exactly.
I'd like to go on a.
I did not like him either.
Well, he was very empowering.
Yes, and the others sort of, and then she said something about, yeah, we're buddies. About the contractors and stuff.
Yeah.
I missed that.
I didn't
I
catch
saw
that.
you brought up another point too, about most of the projects were grant projects,
Yeah.
With what?
grant projects.
Well, I think all of them were. But yeah.
Not that it's.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was a bad thing or a good
I
thing.
didn't catch that on my review.
And the other thing is, big company, little company, right?
I just, for me, it was the interaction with the
What was
people. Yeah. Which is where P3 fell for me.
I guess it's big company, little company.
Yeah.
Pomeroy was great and they did nothing to lower themselves.
Right.
The other two, like Accenture, actually, they
Mm.
were outperformed my expectations.
Mm-hmm.
I would put them now as the one and two choices, so I don't have a problem with either.
What was
Yeah.
your second?
Accenture, I just
Conroy
thought,
first.
you know, it all just was very second nature to them. They just
Yeah,
talked very freely and they knew what they were talking about and hit all the points that was impressive. So either one of those would be fine with me.
I am Pomeroy number one. Like you said, I don't think they did anything to discount themselves. I liked how they worked together and how they talked. Accenture was my number two. The only thing they definitely raised, I didn't have them ranked that. But having them come and talk, the only thing I have reservations about is they're very young staff comparatively.
They are, yeah.
Number
CHA?
CHA actually came in last for me.
Okay.
I had them ranked number two, but really they were very analytical. And they were very architecture focused.
Yeah.
And with all three of them being an architect, I don't think there's like diversity on the group, and it seems like they were very focused on that. You see that being an issue.
And yeah,
There's so many different
I
facets of
think
construction.
being part of a larger company came through for them when they were just like hitting all the points that they were supposed to hit.
Yeah.
It wasn't as personable or engaging as, you know, as Pomeroy was.
And the thing like Pomeroy is it's a small company. We're a small town. You know,
And there's longevity there.
yeah,
Yes.
and they're invested with
They're
two of the stakeholders
principals.
being in our
Yeah.
project.
And the way they mentioned it quickly at the beginning, I'll give them credit, they never mentioned it again. Had they constantly gone back to the fact, we're already here, we're doing two other
Yeah.
projects, which they didn't. They
No.
mentioned once,
No.
which I think is their credit. And then when I asked the question, they sort of said, yeah, it's that, but separate project managers. I felt much more comfortable than the night before when I was worried them getting three projects.
Right.
It's such a coincidence.
And the
Nice one.
They're thrilled. They are. And, you know, I've been to those meetings too. I've been to when it was previous OPM and I've been to them when it's with Pomeroy, and it's night and day.
The fire station?
No, the ice ones, building committee.
Fire station's probably too early to tell.
I actually,
But no, and I've been to those meetings as well. We went to the public forum at the middle school early on. And just to sit in public and Rick was fantastic. He's so engaging, right? And he listens, he feeds off of, the community. He feeds off of what you're saying and trying to understand it, trying to,
Coffee with the naysayers.
Very,
Coffee with the naysayers.
Coffee with the naysayers. I love it.
who likes to do, nobody.
Ooh, we have like,
How do you invite them? Do you purposely tell
Are
them?
you
they're
against it?
naysayers?
Voters
Like,
against the library.
Like you said,
Graphics.
yeah, but they obviously also engaged a lot with the community, right? And they asked the question, you don't like it, why?
I thought the three of them complimented each other very well.
Yeah.
And Rick was the consummate, Rick was very personable.
Yeah.
Taylor's very professional.
Yeah, and Alex, she's been there the least amount of years, but she still has tremendous amount of experience and she blended well with them. You
Yes.
never know, you would
She
think
can-
she had been there as long as they have, the other two have, the principals.
Right, they listen to her and
They do, yeah.
Hmm.
No, no.
Does anybody not have Pomeroy?
No.
No. Okay,
Can't be
so
unanimous.
entertain a motion.
So I was just,
What do you think?
hey, I've got my pen posed. I'll entertain a motion.
Do
Motion,
we have to rank or just?
No, just motion. to
no,
I think
because
it's
we
just-
didn't say we had to rank.
No, it was just a motion to recommend.
Yeah.
To the select board.
Right,
Well, I'll make a motion that we recommend Pomeroy to the Board of Selectmen.
as the OPM
OPM
for
for
the library building
library
project
building.
to
Building project.
There a second?
second.
Just double checking. And because we're all here,
All
unanimous.
right, so there is a possibility that we can get that on the agenda for Monday.
I just wanted, I
The
didn't put
agenda
pressure on anybody.
tomorrow.
No.
I wanted
Is it really
everybody,
that
someone said they wanted to go home and think about it.
Might as well, I mean, on the agenda, we meet before town meeting, why not?
You like us to attend?
where do you meet it?
We meet in the, high school library media center.
Because you're already gonna be going to town meeting.
Should we have the conversation that if Pomeroy doesn't accept, what's our do?
Like,
Okay. Motion to adjourn? Favor?
oh,
Oh,
no,
no. No, it's not. I was gonna say the one thing I do like about the E3 that they came out with was the literature in the water bills in the.
That was
Yeah.
a cool idea. That was-
There's.
We should take that.
a lot of different things.
Brilliant idea.
No, it is good.
But it makes sense. I mean, really.
But how did the water district set up here?
Somebody has to.
I don't know that.
So we get to what would happen.
Well, what about the,
Tax bill.
Yeah.